January 11th in the report.
That's January 2011.
Right, okay, so January 2011. But would it be the total from December 10 through January 11, or is it the average for that one given month? I mean, how
average for the month.
For that month.
So
Okay.
average for the month of January 2011.
Maybe it's people getting a little winter stir crazy.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Just the month of January just showed a spike. And
Don, do you have any real reason why January is a higher month than the other 12?
Well, it probably has something to do with the X Games. I mean, and just that lots of times people that are arrested over the holidays, Christmas holidays, there's not a lot of court cases. Basically, the main reason that our jail fills up is due to the court schedule, the availability of court dockets, days. And in December and in January, they are really diminished because court's on a Monday and there's holidays. There's the Christmas holidays, and then there's a couple holidays that fall in January, and we don't have court. So the people that get arrested in November and December typically remain in jail in January, so we get a higher population then.
Could be winter school.
And as Joe said, our average daily population has been running for the last 10 years right about 17. I mean, it's fluctuated from year to year. At the beginning of the century, it was higher, and then we went down for a while, and I honestly thought for a number of years that we were going to stay down, but we've gone back up again.
okay, thanks.
And I think the story that we wanted to take away from this is we do have significant seasonal variability, but it's pretty predictable, and it's been pretty consistent over the last 3 years. So again, from a trend perspective, I don't think we're seeing a real trend up or a real trend down in terms of service demand in this area. And we can work on what's driving the variability in those seasons.
One quick follow-up, Joe, because this chart shows jail bookings and detoxes. Are we still seeing a need or increasing need, you think, for a detox facility in the Valley?
I would say yes, and Don really, I can tell you, an expert who deals with Colorado West and that board. So I think that the short answer is yes. If you want more of the explanation, I'm sure Don's willing to take.
Yeah, why don't you elaborate a little bit, Don?
Well, this year, for instance, we were experiencing, we probably are handling, I think we were doing like 10 detoxes in the jail a month. And that's spread out over, I ran that figure. The problem with this graph is that it includes all bookings, including detoxes, and so summons and releases as well. So this doesn't mean that we get this number of people in jail. Most of them get released right away. They're written as summons, and that's part of our system that works really well. But we are getting a number of detoxes, and we effectively de facto, we have a jail model detox going in Baker County right now. I mean, most of the people that get picked up and need to be detoxed remain in the jail, and that's always been something I've been pushing to avoid. And then you get people that are arrested on a summons and release offense, and they'd be releasable except they have a high BAC, so we have to keep them until they're able to be released, unless we can release them to a sober, responsible party.
Yeah, it just seems to me that, and I know this has been a philosophy in the past from the Sheriff's Department, the jail is really not the appropriate place to address detox.
That's been our historic stance.
Can you just elaborate a little bit? What is detox? But sometimes people think that that's the beginning of a week-long treatment program. Other times it's just till someone sobers up enough to go home and they're then supposed to start treatment, or if the court orders treatment. What do we mean by detox in a broad term?
By detox, all we're doing is simply getting the person to a sober state. With the advent of the right door, the whole experience of detox took on a different sort of dimension, and connecting, and it became more involved, more of what you're talking about. The right door person would come and counselor would come and meet the detox candidate at the jail, and they would deal with them then. They would take them to detox. They would come the next day and pick them up. It was the beginning of their relationship, and they try and get him into treatment, that kind of thing. But as it is, and that relationship or dimension still is at work. It's just that we're doing the detox part of it, the sobering up part of it, in the jail more now.
And is that, what's the update on Colorado West? Are they closing the Glenwood Detox Center? Or,
no, there is a detox center right now in Grand Junction. Colorado West had to look at their figures, and based on their figures, they had an average daily population of 2. So they have a detox in the Garfield County Jail. They have a room in the Garfield County Jail, and they have 2 beds in there, but it's for the Roaring Fork Valley. And so that's problematic. We've always had to take people to Glenwood Springs for detox. They had more beds. It was more available. It was in a different setting. And basically what happens is if somebody goes down there one time, a lot of these people, they make more than one trip to detox over a period of time. So if they go down there one time, they don't go back. They don't want to go back. I mean, and it's their choice. We can't force them to go there.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe
John?
I'll add a little bit of an update there too. And I would note that in the budget that's proposed, there is no proposed changes for detox right now, and it is certainly an area, I think, as this discussion is pointing out, that needs further attention. We're in kind of a regional partnership with Garfield, Eagle, and Pickens counties for the detox programs that are run through Colorado West. And I think, quite frankly, it's fair to say that Pickens County of the 3 has been the most active and trying to be involved in discussions about changes and improvements to the detox program. But there hasn't always been, I think, a synergy between the 3 counties as far as where we should go with it. And I do know there are some ongoing discussions right now with the judicial district in Garfield County. I think there's some new attention that's going to be paid to detox over this next year. And they're obviously, in terms of numbers and volume and such, they're the larger partner in the relationship. And so my hope is that we'll be able to come up with some new ideas and new regional approaches for detox. That maybe it involves Colorado West going in the future, maybe it doesn't. I think we need to have that discussion with our partners to see how we can best serve regionally. But I'm starting to see some traction with our regional partners right now.
That's a very accurate description, Rachel. I mean, we're trying to remain in the regional partnership solution.
Okay.
Because our numbers, even when they're high, they don't justify us having our own detox here. Although the numbers that the jail sees, if you add the numbers with the AVH sees, then you're starting to get some numbers that might. But we've never in the past been able to justify having our detox here, just because our numbers really aren't that. You know, if Colorado West is projecting an average daily population of 2 people a night, ours would be even, and that's for 3 counties. Ours would be even less.
So we do kind of eat the cost of transporting people down there and back, though?
We do that with, that's a contract with the Right Door, and it used to be, you know, it's been anywhere from $250 down to, I think we pay them a hourly wage right now that's about $50, I think so. And so that's a much more economical arrangement for us.
And keeps the sheriff's officers working here in town?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In the county? Great. Thanks for the detail on that. We really appreciate it.
Okay. The next slide we have is coroner's cases. These are probably, there's a lot of variability year to year. And as you can see, it would appear that over the last 3 years, the trend has gone down. We do have Steve in the audience, and I think it would be appropriate maybe at this point, Steve, to talk a little bit about what you might see impacting the trends going forward, because I know there's some legislation that we're considering.
Can I use this? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, you can see for the last 10 years, we've averaged, I think, 28 cases a year with 18.1 autopsies. Not that we autopsy a tenth of a body, but that's what it averages out to over the years. I think if you go back, since I've been involved in the late 80s, it's probably closer to 30 cases a year that we average over the long run. 2001 plane crash jumped our caseload up quite a bit that year, but it does fluctuate. Two things are changing, which I'll get to in the presentation I'm doing later, and one is that a new Colorado law is going to make the red bar, the number of autopsies, go up, which is going to impact us significantly financially. The other thing that's changing is we're taking a little bit different approach to what we call a coroner's case. Some counties do it very differently than we do. For example, Boulder County has something like 1,300 cases a year. And if you can go on their website and see how they do that. Basically, they call everybody who dies in Boulder County a coroner's case, so they put it on their books as a case, and it drastically inflates their caseload. But if you look at the numbers of how many of those were referred back to the local doctor to sign the death certificate because it was actually a natural death and not a coroner's case, it's something like 850. So in our county, I have always maintained that we should make a big effort to not call a coroner's case on something that's a natural death, that we take the time and energy to find out, is there a doctor who's going to sign the death certificate. However, last year we got burned twice. We did that on 2 cases that turned out, one was a potential criminal case where a guy was forced off the ski trail. All we knew initially was he went in a ditch and he climbed out of the ditch and had a heart attack. Later we find out that he was forced off the trail by a boarder. So, that technically changes everything. And then we had another case where the local doctor was ready to sign the death certificate and from an apparent natural death, and then we find out a few weeks earlier the guy had been involved in a motor vehicle accident in Denver that had potential criminal charges in that case. So we've this approach we're taking to try to not call these coroner cases is last year almost backfired twice, but with a little bit of effort on the deputy coroner's part, we were able to figure out that those should be coroner cases. So we might be changing our approach a little bit in that we're going to maybe call these coroner cases, and legally what that means is the coroner can investigate any death to see if it is a coroner's case. And we're going to put more energy up front doing that so we don't miss anything. But we're not going to go to the extreme like Boulder and Adams County, some of these counties that have huge numbers. But anyway, the fluctuation is just kind of a natural thing, but it always kind of evens out to close to 30 cases a year.
Rob?
Any questions about
When
that?
you said it backfired, does that just mean that it opens up a door of liability? What do you?
Well, it
how
just
do you
means we
define
didn't do our
backfire?
job. I mean, we potentially could have sent these cases off as a natural death, and then if you do that, let's say you send them off, the person gets buried or cremated, and then you find out all the details later. Like this one case, it was a day before we found out the details about the ski case. The other one, it was a weird fluke. Through the one gentleman who died was the father of one of my daughter's friends, and she told me about the car accident. So we went and checked it out, and sure enough, that should have definitely been a coroner's case. So it was just, so it really kind of was a slap in the face to me. Like, I need to change our approach a little bit, and not be so eager to not spend the county's money and call these a natural death when it may in fact really be a coroner's case. So that by backfired, I just means that I mean that we didn't do our job as well as we could have. So, any other questions about that?
Just for a tad more detail, what makes a coroner's case in professional parlance versus a natural death? And what are the ways your report is used, perhaps after it's completed?
Right. Yeah, do you mean how do we define a coroner's case?
Yeah.
Well, basically, any death in Colorado that's not a natural attended death, and what that means is a natural disease process, cancer, heart attack, or whatever, a stroke, that attended doesn't mean a physician is physically in attendance. It means a physician is taking care of that person for the disease of which they died. So if someone has a heart attack and their doctor says, yes, he's had a long heart history, I'll sign the death certificate, that would be a natural death. But everything else in Colorado, accident, homicide, suicide, death in custody, no matter why they died, unexplained, threat to public health, criminal abortion, all these other things are coroner cases. So, which is, in our county, I don't know the number of natural deaths. It's not as many as we have coroner cases. I think it's something like 10 or 15 a year.
And so whether there's a criminal prosecution later or insurance companies seeking liability claims from the families, it would all kind of hinge on the coroner's report at some level?
Yes. And so a lot of the cases that are accidental, they fall under the coroner's jurisdiction. And sometimes we know the cause and manner of death. It was an accident, they fell, they have a massive head injury, but we'll end up doing an autopsy because we think there's a high likelihood of liability issues later. And I think that's part of our job, is to answer all the questions when we have the body, when we have the chance to, so that if somebody needs that information later, a family member, a judge, insurance company, whatever, we have the data. So,
thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions? It's a huge learning process every time you go through these.
And so, again, we see some consistency in terms of trend. I think we have a few items in terms of service that you'll see we're trying to address in the buy-ups later on.
Okay.
Calls for service. This is a comparison 2010 to 2011. You can see that there are some potentially increasing trends here. The 2011 is January through September numbers, so we still have a last quarter, last three months to go, and so you would anticipate total calls for service. Traffic stops will obviously be much higher. Total calls for service will likely be higher, as well as airport security checks down the road. So we do see some increased demand, I think, in these areas. Joe, do you have any comment on these numbers?
You mean, John, as far as the rest of the year goes?
Yeah.
I really don't see any reason why we're not on the same track or close to for 2010. The reason why you don't see any numbers prior to 2010 is because in 2009 we switched our records management software, which changed the way we track our calls for service. So 2010 was the first real year we've had under the new records management system named Spillman. And so I really don't want to skew these numbers by giving you numbers from the old records management system. So there's not a lot of reason why I would think anything should change from 2010 dramatically in the next few months.
Rob?
Yeah, I had two questions on this slide. First, if we can get an explanation of I think the first two are self-explanatory, but the bottom three, what an airport security check is, Crystal Valley calls for service, Thomasville calls for service, what exactly those are. And two, if Joe, if you could give us any indication if any operational changes have happened between 2010 to 2011 that would skew this. For instance, putting an extra beat on the highway would skew traffic stops, obviously, because the more you're out there, the more traffic stops you're going to get. So those two questions. Explain the last three, and then two, are there any changes in your operations that might have changed these figures?
Okay. Let's just start with the top lines and work our way down. Traffic stops. I think even though our records management system is not here to tell us, that number has gone significantly up in, I would say, the last 2 to 3 years. between my predecessor and myself, a few years ago, we decided that we needed to be out there more and make more traffic stops. That doesn't mean tickets. That means courtesy stops, educational stops, things like that. So I really wanted to see an increase in what we call self-initiated activity. So that number has spiked in the last 3 years, but I think you're going to see a pretty static number there, Rob. I'd like to see it still increase. We'll get into this later, but we've decreased staff, but I want to increase service. As far as airport security checks, what that is in a post-9/11 era, we've been asked to walk through, check the airport much more often than we've ever been asked to be out there as a presence to assist TSA. Now, we started doing that, and we realized that it was costing us a lot of money. Jim Elwood volunteered, he's back there, to help pay for our services. So we get $17,000 a year from Jim Elwood and the airport to supplement those security checks. And what that means is, I like to say at least a couple, maybe 3 times a day, a uniformed Pickens County deputy walk through the airport for purpose of security check. As far as calls in the Crystal and Thomasville, I don't, as far as what those calls are, they're the same routine calls for service that we get from other parts of the county. Those could be ambulance calls, criminal in nature, driving complaints, anything like that. Now, I think those numbers in Thomasville and the Crystal have gone up significantly in the last few years because we've gone out of our way to make sure we patrol those areas more regularly than we ever have. So I think what you might be seeing there is reporting right from the street. Somebody walking up to one of our cars and saying, "There's a tree down up on the road," and we call that in. That goes in that number. So that just may be going up because of our presence in those areas.
So I just want to reiterate, just to make sure I heard you clearly, with the traffic stops, the airport checks, the Crystal Valley and the Thomasville, part of that increase, or what looks like it's going to be a significant increase from 2010 to 2011, because we only have year-to-date, is due to operational changes, not potentially actual crime increases.
I would say we're not in the middle of a crime wave. Okay. I don't want to give anybody that impression.
But it's keeping us safer.
I think our visibility is the reason for the spike, but it's also the reason it is also a safety issue for me to have people out there.
Thank you.
Let me ask, not that we need this detail for the budget process or anything, but do you keep some sort of rough categorization about the calls, bear complaints,
actually,
weather?
Rachel, all the 2,000 are right here. Okay. All the complaints are right here.
No, but do you kind of group them? Is there a way to say, oh, well, they have a lot more bear calls in August and September, and they have road flooding and mudslides?
As I said, this is the period for 2010 in my hand. This is a printout of every one of those calls, basically. Burglary alarm, animal complaints. And there probably is ways, there is a way to find out when we're spiked in certain calls. Of course, we're going to have winter driving accidents go up in November. Yeah. They're going to go down in June. So that kind of bear complaints go up in the fall. Yeah. They decline in the winter. So we can trend that if asked to.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, the next slide shows Pickens County's unemployment rate from 2001 through May 2011. Not surprisingly, I think you see a lot of seasonal variability, which is, I think, constant given the seasonal nature of our economy. But in general, you also see a trend line that also will not surprise you is going up, so that the unemployment rate has increased significantly. And as we've talked about before, and we're going to talk about again, that's driving a lot of needs in our community. And I'm going to turn this over to Nan here. Let me give up my seat, man.
morning.
Welcome.
I'm Nan Sundin, the Health and Human Services Director, and with me are Superior Supremes over here. Mitzi Lettingham, Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, Kim Dubois, who's the Adult and Family Services Manager, and Marty Ames is the Senior Services Manager. So we're going to do a presentation together because really the truth is together we know this stuff really better than anyone we know. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things related to unemployment that that you see up here. First of all, I had it was good for me to go to the state demographer's presentation of the State of the Valley because I got some information from her that I thought was really relevant. We have seen a 15% increase in population from 2000 to 2010 censuses. So we currently have a number of 17,148 people in Pickens County, and that is up from the count in 2000 that was more like 14,600. In addition to that increase, we have seen an increase in the number of Hispanic individuals and families that have moved into our community. And while the numbers are small, I think that they are really noteworthy because the percentages are high. So in Pickens County, we had an increase in Hispanics that were counted in the census of 588 families, or individuals. I mean, that's a 60% increase. And while the number is still small, it still brings up for us the need to maybe be increasing our bilingual, bicultural capacity to serve the people who live here. Just for example, Eagle County's percentage of Hispanic individuals that were counted increased by 62%, but their count is 6,000 people. And Garfield County had a 118% increase, and their count was 8,600. So regionally, we're seeing continued, people are talking about are the Spanish-speaking families leaving, or, you know, we're hearing that sort of anecdotally, but we're not seeing it in numbers, like in the state demographer's office at all. So I just wanted to bring that up, population demographics. The 17,148 new demographic number is relevant for us because if you look at this number, there aren't really jobs for these people who are immigrating to our community. As that trend line goes up, of course, you will see the coinciding numbers of individuals who are on our public assistance caseloads and who have submitted applications. At the state demographer's presentation, she was kind of Debbie Downer. That wasn't really her name, but that was the experience. A couple of things that she said that I think are relevant here, because people keep saying to us, when is this going to stop? You know, when are we going to stop seeing public assistance caseload, child welfare, adult protection cases, senior demands on services go down? And we don't have an answer except that the demographer's answer is it's not going to stop. And she repeatedly said the recovery is slow and it will continue to be slow, that unemployment in Colorado will remain high, and that is our new norm, not to expect that that's going to change. They are seeing changes in food and accommodation industries, but not for tradesmen, construction, real estate, that whole business. The demographer actually said if you made a transition from being a carpenter to being a nurse, you fared very well in this economy, but most people are not so dually skilled. The other thing that I think is really important about the unemployment trend, and the state demographer brought it up, and that is that this economy is going to have a permanent and negative impact on our youth. There are no jobs for youth now, and And it is likely that with our baby boomer population, the way the demographics are growing, that there won't be jobs for another 5 years. And so what I thought was really interesting from the state demographer's vantage point was that our children are not learning how to work. They're not getting those initial jobs where they're sort of testing out what they like to do, what they don't like to do, and learning work skills and work ethics. So that in 5 years, when they are in their late 20s or early 30s, when jobs open, they won't have had the same experience that our generation had, where we were mentored by people in our early stages of work. So just keep that in mind, because that trend, what that trend means to me is we're going to have a younger population possibly on welfare for a long period of time until jobs open up. Unfortunately, it doesn't look much brighter than that for us, and we pretty much are on the front line on a daily basis.
Well, I see there's going to be questions before we move on to the rest of your presentation.
Okay.
So I'd like to ask just a couple of questions about unemployment. You need to have been employed by an employer for a period of time to actually qualify for unemployment benefits. There may be other benefits, but not that.
Right.
And then how long can someone stay on unemployment in Colorado unless there's some sort of extraordinary extension of those benefits?
That is an excellent question. Do any of you guys know the answer to that? Is it 18 months?
I thought so, but I'm not
I
positive.
think it's 18 months. But I think
it's been colored by the extensions.
it's been extended and then cut.
Yes.
So it's a really good question. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. Where our numbers are a little more skewed than in another area is that our residents have 2 to 3 jobs. So if they lost 1 job or 2 jobs, but they still have a part-time job, they're not counted in unemployment numbers. So we believe that these numbers are significantly lower than what we're experiencing on a daily basis. This is just what's recorded by unemployment.
Okay. But again, it's kind of my impression that you have to be be employed full-time for a year before you qualify for Colorado unemployment benefits. So, it's not as if you could graduate from high school and start collecting unemployment.
No, that's not
Right.
available for them, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
George and then Rob?
One of the interesting things that you said, Nan, was that the state demographer's office projects that unemployment will remain high
And that's a new norm.
in the new norm.
In Colorado.
But how does she address one of the perhaps reasons for that is the continued influx of new people coming into the state as well from other states. I mean, our population in the state is growing, so
Right. One of the things that she said was that we have a mature economy, and so we're not as susceptible to boom and bust as we have been before. New industries coming in, starting, growing, pop, big jobs. So it's the negative side of being a mature economy is that it's steadier. And the biggest reason why there are no jobs is because of the baby boomer population is holding on to jobs longer than expected 10 years ago.
George is asking what I've heard is the classic of people saying, well, if I can't work, I might as well not work in Colorado. I might as well spend a winter in the ski land, if I'm unemployed and I can't find anything where I came from. So I might as well be unemployed in paradise as opposed to in Ohio. And that seems to be a little bit of the migration as well. It seemed like a good time to move since things weren't that good back home anyhow. So.
There was a whole piece on immigration, and I didn't save that information, but it might be worth it to have the demographer come because there's some very interesting trends that impact us, and obviously the resort economy has a little different spin from the rest of the state.
Yeah, and I'm hearing those numbers more from the water community, where people are projecting water demand that, hey, even the flat economy hasn't slowed this in-migration to Colorado.
Right.
Rob?
Yeah, first, it's very clear that this doesn't indicate the underemployment number that you're talking
Yeah.
about, which is people that are still working and not collecting unemployment, but they're not working to a level where they're sustainable in their
Exactly.
households and their families and that sort of thing. The other thing that would be interesting is, the national statistics that are broadcast now have gone towards, instead of unemployment levels, new unemployment claims, which gives an indication of how many people are going on employment month to
Right.
month versus how many people are unemployed. And I think it gives a better picture of where we are. I did this same chart at home. I didn't bring it today, but I tracked Colorado unemployment to it and give two small silver linings. This doesn't paint a good picture, and it's a new norm, but two small silver linings. One, if you track Colorado unemployment onto that chart, you'll see from 2001 to 2008, our unemployment was generally higher than Colorado unemployment here in Pickens County. From 2008 to 2011, our unemployment is actually lower than the average, other than the May and November spikes that we see because of our seasonality. But if you averaged out the year, we're actually tracking a little bit better than Colorado for whatever that's worth. The other thing that I'll indicate on this, I do think this is a new norm, and we're going to flatline a little bit here at this level. We have seen since May, not including May, but since May through August, we have seen a decrease in unemployment every month, starting in June through August. I haven't seen the September numbers. It's been a small decrease in unemployment, but it has been a downward trending line last summer to this summer. Again, it doesn't indicate the underemployment number, which I think is the more staggering thing that's going to create a larger influx to your services in the Health and Human Service Department. So it doesn't say that it's going in the right direction still, but in terms of looking at that one unemployment number, we have seen some positive indicators last summer to this summer.
Right. Good.
That was all of our questions. If you want to
Okay.
continue, thank you.
Great. So in your packet, I think they got this. I sent that to you? No? Okay. So never mind.
We have this one.
Can we go to the next slide? As a result of the population, the growth, the demographics, which you'll hear a little bit more about, we have seen growth in demand since 2008 that's been sort of obviously off the charts for us. In the past year even, from 2010 to now, we've seen almost a 35% increase just in the first 6 months, over the first 6 months of 2010 in public assistance caseload. The complexity of issues that are coming to us are even more complicated. And what's interesting to me is since I've been in my job, which is, since the dinosaurs, we've been talking about the complexity of cases, and what that means is that people are not just coming with one issue, I'm hungry, or two issues, I'm hungry and I don't have a roof over my head, but they're coming with 5 or 6 or 10 issues. I'm hungry, I don't have a roof over my head, I can't pay our medical bills, my car doesn't work, and maybe my home isn't safe. So with the pressure, the economic pressure, we see more complexity, and that has brought to us more substance abuse cases, an increase in domestic violence referrals, and more high-risk situations for youth. We have an expanding senior population, and that Marty will talk to you about. And also, probably one of the things that we couldn't have imagined 4 years ago is the amount of work regionally, strategic initiatives, so groups that are trying to solve problems, the complexity of issues, and trying to be systemic and strategic are popping up all over the place. So we are busy not only doing direct service to people who need help, but we're very busy on a systems level, trying to add services, trying to enhance services, trying to improve access to services, both in Pickens County and regionally, and we'll talk to you a little bit more about that as well. from Mitzi. You want to talk about public assistance?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Okay, so the next few slides are documenting this increase, this dramatic demand that we've seen. And so first what you have there is caseloads. This gives you a sense of overall public assistance caseload growth from 2008 to 2011. So the purple there is 2011. And it's just been a bit unrelenting. It's something that we're just seeing month after month, the increased numbers of folks coming in who need help in these various areas. Okay. And our next slide is just another variation, which gives you a sense of the total applications that we've seen from 2008 to 2011. So the difference between application and caseload, of course, is folks will come in, fill out an application. They may or may not be deemed eligible once their information is shared with the worker and they go through the eligibility rubric. So this just gives you a sense that actually we're seeing a bit at this point. We haven't topped, of course, what we've seen in 2010, 2009.
Okay. And I realize that no one chart can always show you everything, but on the public assistance cases, is there any way to track how long a case stays with us? That these, the purple line in September, is that including cases that may have initiated back in April, or is that new cases just coming in for that month?
That's a great question. Yes, it does include folks that continue as well as new cases.
Okay.
I don't know that we have
But
we may have a chart somewhere that tells us when a case initiated.
Yeah.
Some of these cases are 10,
Right.
12, 15 years old. Situations have not changed. But where you see the growth is the newness of the demand. So where we had a sort of steady population in the early 2000s of people who were on Medicaid, old age pension, A&D, aid to needy disabled, it's now exploded into multiple numbers of people who need that.
Thank you. Rob?
In an effort to, act like a scientist and kind of get some of the other variables out of there, if there are, I'm going to ask the same question I asked the sheriff, which is from 2008 to 2009 to 2010, were there any program operational changes that might result in some of these numbers? For example, let's say there was a new service that was added where you add an additional 20 cases per year from 2008 to 2009. I mean, that would clearly, and I'm not trying to paint a fact that we're in a down economy and services are growing, there's no question, but I'm trying to understand the data here. So were there any operational changes within the Health and Human Services Department that would explain part of an increase in numbers, meaning adding new programs?
Good question. There weren't any new state or federal programs that came into play. These programs are ongoing. But we did have a major operational change in the sense that in 2007, Pickens County began contracting through an intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County for our processing. I'm not sure whether that resulted in more cases being found, but it definitely changed how we did business.
We had a little more accessibility. We
Yeah.
had one worker at three-quarter time before that. So there's a possibility that that's some of it, but I don't think it was so much operationally as it was regulatory. Things have changed on a federal level as well as on a state level about eligibility levels have gone up and down, and that's made people, services more accessible for people. And Medicaid has changed their eligibility levels. Food assistance has changed. We changed our, for example, our in 2008, we went from 185% eligibility in child care, remember, up to 225 because we didn't have anyone who was using the service. In January of 2011, we went back to 185 because we couldn't tolerate the growth in demand. So there is some fluidity in what we do, and there are external factors But I would say that the key to this is that people qualify where they didn't qualify before. And that is the biggest change, whether that's a federal law that's changed or their income changed, the economy changed.
So you understand how I'm trying to kind of take out that variable to look at these figures.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to paint a rosy picture by any means, but it might not look as drastic as
Yeah.
this if more people are using the service because the eligibility level has changed year to year.
Right.
That doesn't mean that there are more people out there that are poorer. I mean, that's happening too.
Yeah.
No
Right,
question,
right.
if you understand what I'm getting at. So I don't know if there's a way to look at this chart with taking out those variables. I don't know if it's possible, but I think
it's
as you know, when you analyze data, you want to analyze apples and apples, not
Yeah.
apples and oranges, and that's what I'm trying to do. So,
The
and I think
data-
I got a good enough answer to understand that.
Yeah, so you know, the data is complicated.
Yeah.
There's so many variables. It's not as simple
Yeah.
as we've provided a new service and therefore there are more people who are coming. It's a combination of people are poorer and there has been a little movement in regulations.
Yeah, and I think Rob's making a good point, though, because given that this is the new normal, and we want to be able to track how things change from here going forward in the next 4 or 5 years, it'd be nice to just maybe kind of make that footnote when it's known, this C-CHIP program for kids' eligibility for Medicaid was lowered or extended or broadened or whatever, so that we kind of footnote some of those changes to eligibility that come forward and things like that. I see you were dying to give us a comment, Kim, so.
Well, mine is more related to child welfare and adult protection, but certainly there have been some operational changes I'll speak to later. I think that's an excellent question, though. One set of statistics doesn't always tell the story, and so when you combine them with some others and some changes, and so I'll speak to that later. But.
Okay. And John?
And from a budgetary perspective, what would probably be more important is to know what changes were within our discretion to make. And so maybe we should, I don't believe there were any changes that were within our discretion that are driving these numbers, but certainly there could be changes that were made that changed eligibility and such. And so the story for the community may be different. I'm not sure the story for our budget in this case would be different. And so we can try and figure out if on those two levels if there's some changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll continue.
Okay. Next, we have food assistance. Okay, so this slide indicates applications from 2008 to now, and that is all that it is saying. Basically, if you talk about caseload, we actually have seen in the last 2 years an explosion in the caseload for food assistance. We ended 2010 with 103 cases, and we now, to date, have 227. So basically, I would say we're really seeing folks come in primarily for food assistance. That's our largest program. And actually, it speaks to the point we just made. Very recently, within the last 6 months, there was a regulation change for food assistance eligibility in which you no longer had to, you now can apply even if you have assets. Previously, when you had a home, a certain amount of savings in the bank, et cetera, that would disallow you from benefits. But now that has been done away with. So that is something we can measure and study and see the difference in who comes forward with that.
And I remember some of the debating on that. It was an important feature because it was kind of like sell your car and then you'll qualify for the food assistance, but now you won't have transportation to get to work. And so it was asking people to go down to the very, lose your home, and then you can get some food assistance rather than try to keep them stable. So there were reasons behind those changes of assets.
And we have really seen in Pickens County a real need for food that has remained steady. In June of 2009, Lift Up opened a pantry here, and that has seen steady growth, helping so many people every year and it's only open 4 hours a week, so that's pretty remarkable. You're allowed to come 3 times a year. but they have remained busy, and that effort is run by volunteers. Also, the Food Bank of the Rockies, which is an agency statewide, is bringing a mobile pantry to all of our rural neighborhoods, and we have had 6 pantries since October of 2010, and recently served 99 families at the last one. So it's over 600 families been served. People are really coming for food. George?
But Betsy, when I look at this chart, except for the month of July, it looks like the applications have actually gone down over
Yes.
over 2009.
Yes, this chart does show you that.
So
And all I can say is that when you look at the caseload, it's actually increased over the last year. I'm not exactly sure how to explain that.
That is applications.
Yeah, it's
So
applications.
it's just new applications that have come in versus a caseload that has, so of those applications, maybe 50% qualify or 10% qualify. The caseload has remained steady and it has grown steadily.
Right, right, in spite of so many people applying and maybe not being eligible.
I can see the value of having, combining some of these charts in some ways if possible, so you have continuing caseload plus new applications.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see,
We could work on
it's a
that.
complicated business.
It is, it
Sorry.
sure is. No,
No,
that's
we
okay.
can work on
But
that. That's good.
another point, as you consider this growth in demand, is that we have not gotten any new dollars to serve this population.
Right.
In the 4 years, our admin allocation has remained the same. We get maybe $1,500 now, maybe to provide LEAP or food assistance, but we have been serving this same population with the same budget we had 4 years ago.
So the actual food assistance, though,
The
that
actual
is-
food benefit can increase because those are federal dollars, and that goes directly to the people who need it.
but the processing and administrative costs
But
remains with us
processing, yes, thank you.
at the same level. Thank you.
Whoa,
That's exactly right.
okay, good point. Okay, so the next chart is just a little indicator about our child care assistance, and wanted to use this chart to sort of show you where CCAP lets off and where Kids First picks up. And so what you see in this chart is that we, at the time that we did this chart a week ago, we had 12 active cases in CCAP. And 6 were at 130% or below. And remember, we're obligated to take cases at 130% or below no matter whether we have a cap or not. And also, we're obligated to take teen parents, no matter what. About 2 cases figured in at 150 or less, and 4 of our current cases were making 185% or below to 150. We have 3 cases on the wait list who qualified at 185% or below. Because we have 1 slot, there's obviously 1 case pending to slide into. But we currently have 4 new applications pending that could possibly be at 185% or below. That's what we're thinking they are. So you could look at that number as either 12 or 18. It's a moving target. The Kids First number is a little more, a little less moving. They currently have 26 cases, and you can see that they have 6 cases at 225% of poverty or less, 10 cases between 225 and 300, and 10 cases at between 300 and 400. The reason why the highest income level at 400 has also the highest amount of money that they get, those 10 cases, is because they tend to have 2 or 3 children. And so these are families that have multiple children who are getting multiple benefits for child care. What we're looking at generally is about a 70% increase from what our allocation is, and we'll talk about the buy-up maybe. We put in about $30,000 for the buy-up, and that's the amount that we did not have budgeted. So it all fits in the same picture. right, Connie says.
And does that 30 that we had budgeted work for the 12 plus 3 cases, or does that work for the 12 plus 5 cases?
Yes, it works for the 12 plus 6 cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our original budget before the buy-up would allow 13 families. And the buy-up, each additional family is approximately $9,700. So the buy-up is expecting 3 additional, up to a level of 16 families.
Yeah, and that's an average.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And so this, again, is related to the question that Rachel asked. And that shows you how much money is being passed through public assistance directly to clients. And so in 2009, of all the programs, public assistance that we managed, the money that passed through was $322,000. Year to date, in 2011, we already had brought, and that actually year to date, I think was just as of July 1st is what date meant. So we're likely to bring in almost $1 million worth of benefits to needy individuals and families this year. And that's money, as we said, that goes directly through to people. It doesn't come to us. And we provide that with no new administrative dollars.
Rob?
Can you just break that out real quickly? Some of that's federal, some of that's state, some of that's local. Is the Healthy Community Fund in
No,
there?
that is only federal or state, what
Okay,
you're looking at.
That's federal and state
Yeah.
programs,
And the
like
state
the food
is,
stamps. and-
right, food stamps, Medicaid, Colorado Works Welfare to Work Program, Aid to Needy Disabled, Old Age Pension. Those are the main programs that we have. We have not counted in here child support enforcement. And that's a program that's mandated. Remember, we contract with Garfield County for that program. And there's a whole bunch of money that passes through that. But we generally have not counted that, and I can do that maybe at the next Board of Social Services meeting.
George?
So even though these are pass-through dollars, the need or the demand on the staff has increased.
Dramatically.
And so that's one of the reasons for your buy-up request in terms of some additional
Right.
staff to help meet this growing
That's right.
demand.
Right, and in addition to the demand, the state and the federal government have changed regulations to try to make us be more timely in qualifying people, and Mitzi will talk about that. But there's more pressure to work faster, more efficiently, which of course we should be doing, to get people benefits faster, and at the same time the demand has in some cases quadrupled.
And so after a case is opened and qualified, is there kind of continued follow-up with them, or kind of requalification, re-upping?
Yes, there's a redetermination process that everyone must go through. And actually, there's some changes being done to that process to try to simplify and create efficiency, whereby if you come to the date where you have to redetermine, unless your circumstance has changed and you let your worker know, you will be automatically redetermined. In the past, you had to go through the entire process again with your worker as to your assets and your eligibility levels. Nan was referencing an issue about timely processing that's important right now because the state is under, for food assistance, the state is under a lawsuit that is actually governing all the food assistance programs in the state in every county. And in terms of Pitkin County, basically what it means is you are looked at for timely processing for expedited food assistance, which is within 7 days your application is processed, and there's a certain benchmark that we have to meet by March. So our Pick and Eagle agency has been trying really hard to meet this with the staff that we had. Right now for expedited, we are meeting the requirements at 75%. and we're going to need to be 90% by March. For regular applications for which you have a 30-day timeline to put in your application and be determined eligible, we are meeting that at 85%, and again, have to meet. So not too bad. Those numbers have actually improved in the last year. But this is something that also requires a lot of study as to why an application would be late, and you could go back and actually look at each application and see the issues, and that takes staff time and effort.
And there's also been glitches with the Colorado benefit management system that have been extremely difficult. It's been
Yes.
reported in the paper
Yes.
broadly over the past 2 years. That's their larger computerized application system. And, you know, I was hearing horror stories down at Colorado Counties, Inc. about how it's throwing back and requiring to reboot all your caseload before you process each new one, and things like this, or just shutting down and not letting people get into the system. And part of the lawsuit is against Colorado's computer system as much as it's against the individual counties.
Okay. The last slide that I'm going to do here, or not the last one, next one, what I mentioned before is not only do we have the direct service pressure, but we also have great opportunities, unfortunately, to be working together with local, regional, and statewide partners to provide better service, faster, better, and fuller, richer. And so there are 2 slides here that just identify some of the initiatives that we're involved in. And without going through them, what I can tell you is that they've sort of started bubbling up, and they demand attention because they're looking at issues of homelessness and housing. They're looking at issues of detox and how we provide that service. They're looking at how we can help people get health and dental care in an economy where more and more people have less insurance. They're looking at how do we move people up and down the valley, or actually even in the county, who have disabilities or who maybe don't have the income to get on the bus or whatever. They are initiatives that are working on getting food to in people's mouths. They're initiatives that are really focusing on safety in an environment where there's more personal threat because of stress in families in particular. And they're working on how do we get emergency assistance to people who are finding themselves in a situation that they've never been in before, that they need help with food, transportation, health, housing. And we have, in Pickens County in particular, had a very strong middle-class population that worked hard. They ranged from service industry to tradesmen to banking and that kind of world. They're not working now, and they have now, at this point, really spent a lot of their savings. And their assets are no good to them because they can't sell them. And so things just keep getting more and more desperate, really, is sort of what we're experiencing. But the nice part is we get to work with people to try to alleviate that desperation.
Healthy Community Fund. Okay, so this next slide shows in a very graphic way the jump in grantee applications that the Healthy Community Fund has seen since its inception in 2002. And so as you can see, in 2002, we started out with just 38 agencies came into the fund, and that is mushroomed now to this year. For the 2012 budget cycle, we've received 77 requests. And we'll be coming before you in 2 weeks to talk about the Citizen Grant Review Committee recommendations. They're actually recommending 71 agencies be funded this year.
Okay, thank you.
The next two slides are related to child welfare and adult protection, and basically those slides reflect the increase in referrals over the last 4 fiscal years. When there's an increase in referrals, there's an increase, everything else, it has a ripple effect in all of our work, because then we're seeing more people, the cases have gotten more complex, the situations are take more time to assess. So I guess that would be the relationship. The one slide, as we were talking earlier about operational changes, that isn't in here, and I would like to connect to this, is something related to our reduction in out-of-home placements. And even though we've never had a lot, we've had 0 in the last couple years. And that, of course, is associated with the judicial costs that happen attached to that. And I think that's really important to note, because one of the silver linings in the economic downturn, and it wasn't completely related to this, but the state and local governments or local child welfare programs, I think, started to really take a look at how we could be better stewards of our funds, and also be more or better stewards of social issues. And one of the things that came up is that best practice shows that kids in out-of-home placement and not supporting families in their home as much as possible, unless there's a serious safety issue, that is the ideal situation. And it's what it results in, I think, is a pay now, pay later kind of concept, because we're doing a lot of front-end work as opposed to just saying, well, this child needs to go into foster care placement, or this child needs residential treatment. We're weighing that against what we can do as an agency and as a department to really try to help families stay together and be as healthy as possible. So that actually has another ripple effect. So the good news is, I guess, is that we're addressing, and this is federal, state, and local, addressing those issues in a best practice way, in a financially we're being good financial stewards, but we're reallocating resources at the front end. And everybody's doing that across the state. I was just at a meeting last week, and for instance, residential treatment programs have been closing down. That has another ripple effect. They've been closing down. Department of Youth Corrections are reducing their beds because of this concept that everybody's promoting, which is really to try to work with the family first, extended family, neighbors, friends, relatives, the whole thing. So, with the adults, there are some similar issues, I would say, but I think this is really more related to an increase in our aging population, an increase in some of the issues related to that, people wanting to age in place, which is kind of a similar concept, people staying at home before they go to a nursing home or something like that. And so with the referrals, the increase in referrals, we have the increase in work really to do that at the front end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll go on to what's next here.
It's Marty, Senior Services. It's my turn. You've heard the senior references to the older population already in some of the other areas, and I guess it's that connectedness that. Sorry.
It's okay.
That is really the point. It's a continuum in human services of all ages. It's a little easier for me to talk because most people are somewhat familiar with the senior programs, whereas these very complicated assistance programs are a little harder to understand. I would say that while we do provide very real services, transportation, meals, and other very tangible services, we're really more focused on being a prevention service overall in the big picture. If we can, through better nutrition and socialization, reduce the effects of isolation, where people don't want to eat, or mental depression, mental health issues. If we can get people to their health services who wouldn't otherwise be able to get there, if we can assist people in their homes through our care management to cope with safety and quality of life issues and access the assistance programs they need, then we're providing a prevention service to keep them out of the adult protection in these other areas. The first slide is just a straight number of rides. You can see that's our unit of service is a ride. So that doesn't really represent the unduplicated number, but let's see, was it 160? So far this year, we have served about 160 individual seniors with these duplicated services. Of course, not all seniors need rides, but those who do need them usually about all the time, or they'll be injured and need them to therapy for 6 weeks or something like that. Next slide, seniors care management. As you know, we started the care management service about 6 years ago, I think. In 2010, we transitioned the care management service. It was the 5th year because we lost our care manager at that time. He had been offered full-time work in his other area, related area, and was not going to be able to give us the time that we knew we needed. So we took that opportunity to transition into kind of a new model, which was working through human services with their caseworkers, being professionals in case management, but transitioning that into the very specific skills necessary for care management, for senior care management. So currently, it took a little time for that transition. As you can see, in 2010, our numbers were down some because we just didn't have the service nailed yet. And then you can see in 2011 that it has gone back to what would be sort of a normal growth pattern. The program is handled by subcontracting to actually an employee of Aspen Counseling Center who has focused and her attention and learned about all of the different resources available to seniors and can go into their homes for these people who are really our most frail and needy seniors who need that help navigating the system. Next is the nutrition program. You can see the increases since 2008. This is the number of meals served. We have a little leveling off in our 2011 projection, largely, we think, due to the effects of our construction around us. I had a great picture that didn't make it in, but I brought my own copies. If you'd like to see this, I think it's a great graphic representation of the senior center as the island in the middle of the construction. And we have really, it's been very challenging, and I really give our staff tremendous credit for handling the discontent of, first of all, the noise, but second, sometimes a little discontent on the part of our customers. We've had as little as maybe 10 parking spaces, but Hazelden Construction has met every request. They got a golf cart to bring people from the chapel parking and the hospital parking when they needed to park in other places. But of course it has had some effect, I think. And I think you'll just see us right back on the same pattern next year when the construction that directly is impacting our flow is reduced, and the focus is on other aspects of this phase of the hospital construction. Thank you. The next wave this is my favorite these days as far as talking about our growth. When you see that we have about 3,400 current seniors over age 60. So this is from the 60 to 100. And a significant number, about 650 of those who are in that over 75 group, which is the age we target for when the services begin to become really needed. And then we have, a pretty big number there, 3,084 in that 50 to 59 age group alone. And we're seeing greater needs among younger seniors. For some time, we've talked about the aging workforce of Aspen as opposed to, other population groups over the last 25 years. We had the older residents of the community who weren't necessarily in the ski industry related service positions, but we have a large group of retiring or workers who are coming into that group, and not all of them in good health. And I think that's probably why we're seeing a lot of them. Some are not able to work even after the age of 60. Maybe they're not even working in their 50s. And we're seeing a younger population at our meal site. We're seeing a younger population even needing care management services and transportation. So it's a very interesting shift.
One thing that we also wanted to share that didn't make it in the packet is the percentages of seniors who are living at or below 185% of poverty. Marty's able to track this through her system. And so when you look at her, in particular, her nutrition program numbers, keep in mind that 27% of the congregate meal, the people who go in for congregate meals are living at or below 185% of poverty. And for the home-delivered meals, it's 33%. And through their numbers, they also say that 50% of their care management clients are living at or below 185% of poverty. Now, I should have made a copy of this, but I've got, a lot of times you guys ask what's the income for 185% of poverty, so I brought it with me. For one person, it's about $1,600 a month is at or below 185% of poverty. So it's really, in our community, it's pretty poor, considering that the rents are somewhere above $500, below maybe $1,500. They're spending 60 to 80% of their income on housing, and then the rest has to be available for food and anything else. So a big chunk of our population that's poor now are our seniors.
I hadn't really kind of thought this question totally through, because it's the first time I've heard that. How is poverty level for retirees, which I'm assuming most of these seniors are? Poverty level is based on income level. At age 70, people's assets start to diminish, and their income is judged a different way. They're not out in the workforce working. So, I mean, I would assume that there's a larger portion of seniors that are at a lower income level, whether it's the poverty level or something else, just based on the fact that they're in a state of retirement versus, you can't judge poverty level the same way. You could have a lot of assets and not have any income and be below that poverty level. I mean, I hadn't thought this out fully.
I think the question is a little bit of how do assets and retirement savings calculate into poverty level. Yeah. Do you understand where I'm getting at here? I mean, I understand that there's a large percentage of people that are using these senior services that are below that income poverty level. But is that the right indicator of our seniors based on the fact that they're in a state of retirement and they're not working and they're using up their assets in the later part of their life?
Do you want to answer that, Mark?
From the perspective of the lower income senior, a couple of points. One is that in many cases, what savings a lot of people had and have been diminished. They had investments, they were expecting that to get them through. The Social Security hasn't increased in 2 years. However, their expenses are higher in some ways in retirement. We county employees are all fortunate to be covered by health insurance. Yes, there's Medicare. Medicare doesn't cover any dental. Medicare, there are many things that Medicare does not cover. And, you know, they still have the same 20% copay that we do as employees. You know, in general, expenses are not considerably less in a lot of ways. Utilities are certainly not. Rent is not, unless they happen to be able to wait long enough to get into one of those Section 8 voucher slots, you know, if they're really low income. So just speaking from that perspective.
I think, too, just want to add that there's an assumption that our population has been building assets.
Yeah.
And I think we have to remember we have a high number of affordable housing units where people have been working 2 or 3 jobs, where the housing is not necessarily affordable, and they have not been saving. They live paycheck to paycheck to paycheck to paycheck. So now that they're seniors, they may be retired, they are living entirely on that Social Security income, which is different from a more middle income or higher income person who has not only Social Security but a pension or some kind of savings account. We don't see that.
And I'm not trying to paint a rosier picture, I'm just trying to understand the numbers.
Sure.
For instance, a senior that has a home that's paid off and is in a reverse mortgage, is that classified as income when it's changing one asset to another asset? And does that, you know, their income level might put them into a poverty status, yet they're getting a benefit from an asset that's in a reverse mortgage. And again, I'm just trying to understand and I'm not trying to paint a prettier picture, because there's no question this is going to be the most challenging thing that we see in the next 10 years, is the coming population of our aging population here in the town. I'm just trying to understand all the facts together.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm not trying to hurry us along, although I know we're really taking a lot of time on this to understand it thoroughly. We've already kind of blown through our first break, which I think is appropriate, just so we could keep the momentum going. But I can see this as something worthy of a further work session topic. We go into a little more depth about it and understand the population so that we can right-size and find appropriate measures and way to assist. And you know, have those questions answered, basically. How do we deal with, is retirement income different if it comes from assets or if it comes from Social Security? What are, you know, the gap years between when you may retire or need to retire for health issues and Medicare actually becomes available to people? These sort of issues. So let's get more understanding, which can only help us, and but move on for now. Thanks. Any other last things you had to tell us, Marty, though? I didn't mean to cut you off. I wasn't sure if you were on your last slide.
No, I think we're going to later address some other topics, right?
Okay. In the buy-up discussion.
Some other aspects.
So we put in a public health trend because we want to remind you that public health is part of the livable and supportive community, and Liz is here, our public health director, although she just gave me the negatory nod. So what we're seeing here is a fairly steady, with a little bit of an increase in the demand for community health services. The most significant increase is coming from family planning. And what Liz tells us is that currently about 72% of the family planning caseload is making less than 150% of poverty. And so, as an example, a family of 3, that might be an income of $2,316. So it's just another indicator of that growing number of people who are living at or below poverty levels who need support and services. We're very lucky in Pickens County. We do include public health in our Health and Human Services section, although unlike most county departments, they're not a department. We have a nonprofit that provides that service and has since the early 70s. And so we wanted to include public health, a little picture of it, because it's a part of what we're doing. Okay, we're done.
No, who lined this up? Public health to coroner.
Our seniors.
I know. It was not that sensitive here. Okay.
All right, thanks. I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. And I think the last time I really came before the commissioners was 2002 or 3. It's been a while.
I was thinking I hadn't seen your presentation before. So.
And I should probably do it more often. And if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me to come. But just to give you a little update and then kind of a presentation about what's changing, and everything in our office is changing, all for the better, but it's going to cost a little more money. How we manage to do 30 cases a year with $75,000, $80,000 with 5 part-time people, equipment, body bags, autopsies, I'm not sure, but we're changing things and professionalizing things, and it's going to show up financially. So the personnel involved are myself. Scott Thompson is not actively doing death investigations. I've asked him to stay on as the chief deputy coroner, mainly so if there's a big catastrophe or if I'm out of town, he has a lot of experience with his years as a sheriff's deputy and working for the sheriff's office and the fire department and as the Basalt fire chief and dealing with administrative issues and logistical issues and so forth. Eric Hansen is a deputy coroner, ski patrolman, paramedic. Jennifer Diamond is a dispatcher and deputy coroner. Dr. Chuck Johnson is a veterinarian, ski patrolman, paramedic, and mountain rescue member and deputy coroner. Audra Keith is a deputy coroner and a dispatcher. Michael Buglione is a deputy sheriff, a deputy coroner, and then Roya Becklick, who works in the courts as our administrative assistant. And we have some former deputy coroners in the room, Ron Ryan. We're going to retire. We're going to pull him back into active service if we need it. It's interesting, this is the only county in the state where it's legal to be a coroner's officer and a sheriff's officer at the same time. Thanks to Don Davis, who ran against Broadus in the first election. He had that question put on the ballot since we're a home rule charter, and the question passed because he wanted to be the sheriff and the coroner. So, anyway, the personnel cost, myself, I'm paid differently than elected or non-home rule charter counties where the class 2 coroner would be given a basic stipend of $44,200 because we're home rule charter. And the way we've always done it since I've been involved is I just bill the county by the hour. So $100 an hour is what I've been billing the last maybe 10 or 12 years, I guess. And you can see what I billed in 2010. I have, for several years there, I was really busy with other projects, mainly being chief of staff of the hospital for 4.5 years. And when that ended, I have a lot more time to try to catch up on some of these projects. And you'll see some of the things we're doing is drastically increase the amount of time I'm putting in. So I'm turning in a lot more hours. And so are the deputy coroners, and you'll see on some of these projects. So the deputy coroners get paid $50 an hour for the initial death investigation, $35 an hour for administrative tasks and follow-up duties. They do not get paid for the approximately 1,700 hours a year they're on call, whereas most people in any sort of technical job, like an x-ray technician, a lab technician at the hospital, I just use those because I'm familiar with it, are all paid for being on call. The calls, and even though $50 an hour is good money, the pay is only for a few hours at a time. It might be 3 hours or 6 hours interrupting your normal job. Many times the deputy coroners will take a vacation day at their regular job or give that shift or hours to someone else. So they're really not making any money. They all have public service as their main interest. And, I mean, if they do enough cases over the year, they're making a little bit of extra money over their regular job. But, you know, if you compare that to the disruption of their family life, and it's not just that they're leaving the house at 1 in the morning, they're leaving the house and seeing horrible things and dealing with, you know, tragic stuff. And we're all part-time. We all have other jobs. So it can be pretty disruptive to your regular life emotionally and as well as other ways. So the increased number of hours for administrative duties in the last several months, for example, we have taken about maybe 600 files and turned them into digital, and we're turning them into digital files, and we're shredding old documents and things that we don't need that have been in the files for a long time. When I took over the coroner's office, I think it was in '88, the coroner's office literally was a old Suburban that I drove home and then immediately called the county to tow it back because it wasn't safe. I mean, the wheels would turn themselves going down the highway. And in the back of the Suburban was a cot they used to transport bodies and a box of files. And that was all the files for the coroner ever in the history of Pickens County. It was in this one box, and most of them were missing. All the good ones, like Spider Savage, they were gone. So anyway, since then, since 1988, we have a file for every single case that's ever been done. But we've thinned those files down, and now we're digitizing them and putting them on a web-based system, which I'll get to in a minute. Okay. Some of the new laws that are impacting us is these are good things. The coroner's laws were basically written around the turn of the century, and it's archaic. The coroner is a peace officer who has powers of arrest, subpoena powers to hold inquest and throw people in jail for contempt of those inquests. The coroner functions as the sheriff if the sheriff is incapacitated and runs the jail. And these laws are obviously written a long time ago. They're not really applicable to what we should be doing these days, and the whole system probably at some point needs to be scrapped. But in the meantime, we're still dealing with the coroner system as it was written, but some new laws have really changed things. For the first time ever, starting a few years ago, the Colorado Coroner's Standard and Training Board was established, and now coroners actually have to have some degree of training and know what they're doing. And in some counties, that's a really big deal because no one wants the job, it doesn't pay well, or there's no budget for it, and you know, it's a fight to get someone to do it, and then you get what you pay for. So we're lucky in that sense, and in that you guys appoint me. I'm not elected. And so we've always had a little bit different standard in this county. But this has now made it statewide. It also, however, means that we have to jump through some hoops. We have to go to some certain types of training, and the deputy coroners and myself have to do some extra paperwork, join some organizations, and do some things to be certified as death investigators in Colorado. So that increased cost a little bit. We have taken advantage, however, of some free training. I found out last year that the New York City Medical Examiner's Office has a grant from the Homeland Security to train coroners and medical examiners. And so you can go, and Michael Buglioni has already done this, and we have another deputy coroner going in January. We apply, I write a letter on the behalf of the deputy coroner, and they fill out a bunch of paperwork. And then the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, through this grant, pays airfare, hotel, transportation, a per diem, and gives you a week-long, really intense, good training course. And we're all going to try to take advantage of that. And then House Bill 1258, which passed recently for the first time ever in Colorado. The only time an autopsy was ever required was when a district attorney or coroner asked for it, or I think there was one type of death, maybe a death in custody, where there's a statute requiring it. Now, this new law passed, and it requires an autopsy in most of the sort of cases that we deal with. And there are some types of cases where if you have really good training, a self-inflicted gunshot wound, a hanging, you don't really need an autopsy. You can gather all the information. We can draw blood samples. But now the law requires it, so it's changing things. It means that we're going to have to do more autopsies. The law also specifies that those autopsies, must be done by a board-certified forensic pathologist, which we've always used anyway. So that part won't be, that's not going to be more expensive, just the number of cases we're going to autopsy. We're going to go from around 18 a year to probably 24 a year, roughly, that we have to autopsy, which is most of our cases. And that means more transportation, too, paying Farnham Holt or one of our deputies to transport the body. And we're going to try to transport more of our own, but eventually we'd like to get a vehicle, because right now we're doing it in our personal cars, which is okay because I have a 4Runner, but one of our deputies, Eric Hansen, has a little Subaru, and he has to move his tools and stuff around and you know, make room for it. His wife's really not happy with that arrangement, so.
And the transport's generally to Aspen Valley Hospital?
No, the
or-
transport's to Grand Junction. We do
Grand
most of
Junction.
our forensic autopsies there.
Okay.
Occasionally, we use Dr. Mike Doberson, who's the Arapahoe County coroner, to do a autopsy, or if we need a second autopsy on the same person, which we do in complicated cases occasionally, then we'll use him.
Okay.
We've added 2 new deputy coroners in the last year and a half, and we have to equip them. You know, there's cameras, and body bags are actually fairly expensive items that are not reused. We used to reuse them, but we don't anymore. You know, just the regular investigative equipment. We're kind of lucky in that several of our deputy coroners are also, for example, let's say if one's a sheriff's officer or works on ski patrol or a paramedic, they have radios and so forth already. So, and we kind of cross-use that equipment. Like if Michael helps us out, and I don't think Joe has any issue with him, he already has a pack set radio, so that's, you know, he can use that to communicate on scene, and we don't have to buy another one. So the other agencies have always been really good, whether it's ski patrol or the hospital medic or dispatch or the sheriff's office have always been very helpful in saying, yeah, help out, do what you can. Cameras, computers, equipment, all that stuff has increased. And I'll get to it in a minute. Actually, I want to come back to the computer issue in a second when we go on to the new technologies. So the coolest thing is that we have just this year, after I researched this for about 4 years, and I got so frustrated with it, I turned it over to one of my deputy coroners who was really astute with computer stuff, and Audra Keith. She was our newest person at the time, and her husband, Ryan Keith, works with the county with IT issues. So, and he pitched in and helped out, and we found the best system, and it's a web-based system. So now, from now on, no more, you know, we'd carry bunches of forms to a scene and fill them out, and there's always some question you forget to ask. So now what we do is we'll be able to log on at the scene to our web-based system, and you pull up a template, for example, for hanging or a gunshot wound or a motor vehicle accident that will prompt you to get all the right questions answered at the scene. So it's a lot less follow-up work on our part, because we get it all done up front. And basically the report is almost complete at the scene. The other advantage of that is that we can download photos into a computer device at the scene and give all that information immediately to the forensic pathologist who's going to be doing the autopsy. So it's really high-tech. The other cool thing about it, I don't know if you guys remember, I was not the coroner for a while when I went to China and then came back, and then after the plane crashed in 2001, you guys asked me to quit being a deputy coroner and be the coroner again. And one of the issues that we had were records were not able to be found, and the deputy coroner on call couldn't find the records. Someone else had done the case, and you know, they were out of town for a month or whatever. So now, whichever deputy coroner is on call will be able to access records immediately. So if the sheriff's office needs our report, or if a family member has a crisis, like they have to have this report for an insurance filing by noon the next day, we can do it. So it's really cool. We found coronerme.com. It's a web-based system, and after researching systems that were tens of thousands of dollars, we found this one. It's probably the best one, the easiest to use. Several states, I think Indiana, for example, their entire state uses it, every coroner. And it was the whopping cost of $1,050 to sign up, and a maintenance fee of about $100 a year. And it's incredible. We have almost unlimited storage capability, so much so that one of the things we're doing is going back and taking all those 600 or so old cases and putting them into the system so that we can retroactively pull up stuff, and we'll be able to generate data as well, kind of like the sheriff's office does for certain types of calls and statistics. So anyway, that was one of the problems in 2001 that we're now solving, and we've been a lot better at it, and Roy Becklick has helped us with getting records out to people and keeping up, but still, up until we had this computer-based system, there could be a lag time of a couple of weeks between a request for a record and actually getting it to someone. So one of the things we're going to be approaching IT about is getting some tablets. We looked at different types of field use computers. The ones like the Sheriff's Office have been using, the tough books, they're kind of expensive. I think they're around $4,000 or something like that each. And they are weatherproof and bloodproof and dirtproof, but we figured if we can use a cheaper technology like an iPad for $1,000 or less per item, we can still do everything from the scene. We don't need any storage capability like a computer, so it can be a tablet format. And I think the IT guys told us around $700 a piece or something for the iPad. So, and just means that we have to, wash our hands and go indoors. We're not going to be doing it outside. We'll do it in a car or a house or whatever. But still, it meets our needs. And all the deputy coroners met with the IT people about the different options. But that's one of the things we came up with. And I think it's a cheap option for being able to do field-based work. It'll be really cool. Some of the things we do already that save the county money, and I think one of the reasons we've been able to get by with such a low budget all these years is we're all part-time. We don't have benefits. We all have at least one other job. Most of us have 2 or 3 other jobs. In this county, even doctors need part-time jobs. We use our own cars, home computers, and phones. Right now, we do have a couple of coroner-issued phones, but they're only used for coroner-related calls. We're trying to take advantage of free training. We use equipment from the other jobs. Aspen Valley Hospital, when I was chief of staff, I had spent a lot of time with Dave Ressler, the CEO, and one of the things he offered to us is pretty much use of the morgue. It used to be a storage room, and for all the cleaning equipment, the floor buffers and all that stuff. So if we had a body, we had to clean up, put all that stuff in the hallway to go in and turn on the cooler and put the body in we have one cooler in there. But now that room's been cleaned out, so the coroners, we store all of our equipment in there. We have access to use that body that room for viewing bodies, storing bodies until we can transport them, and doing some of our death investigations that do not require an autopsy, where we just examine the body and draw fluids and blood and so forth. So that's been pretty neat. And one future thing is the hospital is, I think, in phase 3, which would start around late summer or fall of next year. They will be building a morgue, and one of the things we want to do is be involved with them because they have offered to make it an actual real morgue with autopsy capabilities here. There's a future possibility that there may be a forensic pathologist who wants to relocate here. One of them has already talked to us about it, and they would probably draw cases from several other counties. So they would do our autopsies, plus probably Eagle, Garfield, and some other northern counties. So that's a future thing, and we might be approaching you guys in the future about helping equip that forensic lab if we do that. But in the meantime, the hospital's moving forward with plans to have that space available for us to use, and so far at no cost. I even offered Dave, I said, do you want me to try to work out something with the county where a rental agreement or something for the space? He goes, no. He goes, it's a community service. The hospital wants to pitch in. You can use the space. So, and I think that's still their position last time I spoke with him. We're also active in the Northwest Regional Medical Legal Authorities, which are the coroners from the counties that I mentioned here. And through the efforts of one of the county coroners from, I think, Grand County, we have organized and sought some federal funds for some equipment, and we did get we finally did get some 800 megahertz radios. However, the government did not give us as many as we wanted. There's only about 3, so they're basically at the larger counties. We're not going to actually get any. But the next item that's coming is probably a portable disaster trailer for coroners, where we can, and we have these facilities are possibly available through the federal government, but they take a long time to mobilize. This would be a local trailer which we could set up, and it basically is a tent-like system that inflates, and we could put the bodies there and keep them cooled. It has cooling beds for the bodies. When we have a large number of bodies at once, in the past we have used an airport hangar. We've used the ambulance garage in the winter, opening the doors enough to let the floors get cold. We've used refrigerated trucks several times. Couriers won't give us a truck anymore because someone got a picture of us loading bodies in and out of a Couriers truck, and they didn't cover Couriers on the side. That was a long time ago. And then Farnham Holt Funeral Home has loaned us their facility several times when we have a large number of cases. But we need to be prepared to handle more than just a few bodies at once, and this would do that, and hopefully we'll get federal funding for that. And then I already spoke earlier about how in our county we don't call every death a coroner's case, and we're probably going to, as I mentioned, maybe be a little more aggressive about checking the facts on some of these, and we're actually setting up some protocols right now. Then the last thing I did not, actually, let me mention one other thing on the new technology. Is also we've created our own coroner Google web page for Pickens County Coroner, so a person can log on to there and find out information about us. But for us, the coolest thing is we have not really had standardized policies and procedures. I have emailed policies and procedures out to the deputy coroners over the years, and we have meetings and we talk about them. But now we have, I think we're up to a couple of hundred policies on our website, and so some of these things we don't encounter very often, and some of the types of situations, so we don't know what to do. And we can now go onto the web, the pad or computer, and go to our website and pull up our policy while we're on scene, so we know what our policy is about that, because some of the issues are seen once by a deputy coroner every 5 or 6 years. And so we need to be able to look at our policies and see, okay, how do we handle this sort of situation? And now those are all, and that's one of the things I'm putting in tons of extra hours on, and a couple of the deputy coroners is getting those policies written and developed on the website. And we're borrowing lots of those. Several other counties, Summit County, Grand County, and the Colorado Coroner Association, of which we're a member, have given us tons of these policies, and we're just using theirs, but we need to tailor them to Pickens County. And then new projects, I spoke about the hospital morgue. At some point, we would like to get a vehicle. Doesn't need to be a new vehicle, but perhaps one of the county auction vehicles, a retired sheriff's vehicle, or something that we could transport bodies in. The deputy coroner on call could it would have all of our equipment in there, and so instead of all of us having our own box of equipment in our car, whoever would drive the car that week when they're on call would have the equipment, have the vehicle. And as we're doing more autopsies and our deputy coroners need more training, which viewing an autopsy is considered training by the Colorado Coroner Association, so it's part of our ongoing education. So the deputy coroners would, whenever possible, drive the body themselves to Grand Junction and then bring it back to the funeral home or leave it there for another funeral home to pick up. So that's a future thing. And then a gas card. I don't know why I know why I gave the vehicle back to the county in 1988. I don't know why I gave the gas card back. Yeah, that was stupid of me. But I had a gas card for gas for coroner use, and I gave it back. And now it's not even a card anymore. I think it's a digital code. But that's something we might be needing in the future.
Okay.
Any questions?
I have one question. How do you determine how many deputy coroners that you'll need?
That we need? Just based on our experience with call volume and how we're able to handle it. For example, there was a period not too long ago when Ron retired and some other people retired that we were down to, I think there were just 2 active deputy coroners. And it became pretty stressful because when a call goes out, the deputy coroner on call doesn't, that week or 10 days they're on call, they don't take off from their other job. They're still on doing their other job. And so it may, in fact, be another deputy coroner who handles the case. So every time a page goes out, if the deputy coroner on call is responsible for making sure it gets covered, but he or she may not be able to do it. So what we discovered during that period where we were lean is that often if one of us was out of town and another one was working a job, or both of them were working jobs, particularly if one of those persons was a sheriff's deputy, so it's a sheriff's case, which they can't investigate as a sheriff's officer and deputy coroner. So they're kind of ruled out on that case. So we were thin. Too many times it was stressful and we couldn't find someone. And so we would add another person, then another person. Now we're flush, I guess you would say, more than we've ever been. But still, there are times where two of us are out of town at the same time, and then two others are at work, and that fifth person can handle the call. But our response times and our availability is much better with this number of people. I added Michael as the most recent deputy, and we had an opportunity to get the free training, and that's the main reason I added him a little sooner than we needed him. But I'm not doing death investigations. I'm trying to just be an administrator. Scott Thompson's not, so the others are the ones that are actively doing it. But there's no magic formula on how many people we need. It's just whatever worked to make sure that we have good coverage and enough people. And it's a catch-22 because the more people you have, the less experience each of them gets. But we have they've all gone down to Grand Junction to do autopsies with Dr. Kurtzman down there. He's been very good at helping us stay on top of things. So.
Other questions, Rob?
Yeah, I'm assuming all of this relates to the buy-up on the next page, which is about $110,000 over the next 5 years, with $40,000 in 2012 and 2013. The only hard number that I saw in your presentation was that $7,500 increase of doing additional autopsies for things.
Yes, and I purposely, because Connie's good at this and I'm not, I kind of left out the numbers and stick more with the philosophy. But do you have the breakdown?
What we have in the buy-up request, the part that we did not include in the buy-up request, you'll see that part of the coroners is recommended and part isn't. The approximately $17,000 that is not recommended had to do mainly with equipment costs, some of which have already been absorbed into the 2011 budget. And then, as Steve was saying, they've been working with our technology department to see how they can come up with less expensive ways, what can be paid out of our tech pool. So some of the costs have already been taken care of in the present budget year and through our existing budget. What is included in the buy-up is $10,000 a year for increased autopsy expense. And that is a continuing expense going out through all 5 of the years. We don't expect that to decrease. And let's see what the current autopsy budget is approximately $15,000 a year, and so that's increasing up to $25,000. The additional $30,000 on top of that for the first 3 years is for increased personnel cost.
First 2 years.
2 years, sorry. So that is the increased hours as they are scanning old files and updating policies. And so there's an additional work as they're getting all of their old system modernized. And so that's why we have it in for 2 years. We will need to reevaluate and see if there is an ongoing need for more labor cost. The current budget is approximately $45,000 a year, and so that brings it up to $75,000 a year. Part of that may need to be transferred over into the training line. We're evaluating as we go on.
Thank you.
Other questions on the coroner's presentation?
Just again, Connie, so the 30,000 as part of this 40,000 total ask is mainly for not only additional personnel, but the use of those personnel for input?
Yeah,
maybe I can explain that better. It's me turning in more hours and the deputy coroner's turning in more hours for the work we're in changing our office, getting the policies, procedures done, and I have probably 2 years worth of work on my desk that'll take to get this done, but I can't do it, I can't put in 40 hours a week, so it's more like 40 hours a month or 30 hours a month that I can put in. So it's whenever we have time to tackle one of these projects, we'll sit down and tackle one of these projects. So most of that is just increased manpower hours.
So, but you're billing out at $100 an hour
Correct.
for that input, and
Right.
it seems like we should be able to find some other help at a lot less.
Yeah, well,
Part-time help, not just for input.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
Roya
less-
Becklet works for $35 an hour, and many of the projects that I don't need to do, that I don't need to make a decision about or write the policy myself, I turn over to her or one of the deputy coroners at $35 an hour. For example, putting those files, these old files into the computer system, Audra Keith's doing that at $35 an hour. And so a lot of it I don't need to do, that's correct. But a lot of it I do need to do, and it requires my input and me sitting down just, because we basically, unlike, let's say Boulder County, which has a full-time office, a wall of policies and procedures, and intergovernmental agreements with multiple agencies, and everything set up where if that coroner dies and the next day someone walks in, they could just take over an operation. We don't have that, and we've never had that. We've kind of functioned basically on an internal expertise developed over the years, and I want to eliminate that. I want to eliminate the coroner being an entity that requires me to be there, and it should just be a job and a facility and a structure that will run itself, so when someone steps in to take my place, they can spend some time getting oriented and then function, if that makes any sense. But it's a huge task. I mean, I could break it down for you. I mean, I could list the actual projects if that would help in the future. Like, okay, here's all the things we're doing and working on. But
Yeah, again, I don't want to nickel and dime you, but my question is there, this is just basic administrative work, and rather than use your time and your expertise and the cost allocation, is there a better person to do that, more affordable, more...
And again, I think at least most of the stuff, I hate paperwork, trust me. So anything I can turn over to the deputy coroners who want the hours, I do. But a lot of it is the fact that over the years I have not put in enough time. And I think to run the office professionally and really have a person who's going to administrate it, there are so many things that come up on a daily basis that require my input and my expertise that, again, the deputy coroners are probably capable of handling it at $35 an hour, but except for Audra and to a lesser extent Jennifer Diamond, none of them have the time to do any of this stuff right now. So they're all busy with their regular jobs.
Yeah, I see John making a
Yes.
move for the
Do you mind if I
microphone.
join in
Oh,
on
hell,
the-
no. Yep.
on the answer? Because, George, I had some of the same questions, obviously, and there's probably a few ways you could look at this. Why don't we bring in maybe temporary folks or something like that at a lower cost? And right now, the real value, I think, in having the deputy coroners as well as our own coroner involved in this modernization project is you don't want all of the institutional knowledge of this switch, to come in temporarily and go out the door. And so there's some broader value in having our deputy coroners especially involved in the technology transfer, which at the end of the day, for a modernization project of this size and scope, it's actually a very reasonable cost. Now you're right. If the coroner were doing this all on his own, we probably would lose the benefit of the institutional knowledge and be paying more than we otherwise would. But I think the concept is to spread that work out, especially the administrative work, among the deputy coroners with oversight from the coroner. It does require more time for all. One of the flavors that I got as I started to learn about how we've done business in the coroner's office historically and how we've started to do it is this concept of both modernizing and a greater professionalization of the coroner's office, which is actually being done, if you look at it, at a pretty minimal cost. For example, when the deputy coroners come on, our cost is really equipment and training and then actual hours out in the field versus paying for folks to wait for the emergency to come. What we're doing now is investing in some of the base infrastructure so that coroner's records don't get lost. Having them in the box, for example, or having a number of paper files isn't a good risk mitigation strategy. We also didn't have a lot of consistency in policies and practices, which are also being worked on, and that requires both the coroner's time and deputy coroner's time. And by having those employees involved in those processes, you build some institutional knowledge and consistency of practices in the process. And so you get a dual benefit there. And so that's why, at least in our recommendation, we weren't proposing, for example, a temp company to come in and do the scanning, which we might in other areas, because when you have full-time employees, you already have that institutional knowledge. So I hope that didn't confuse the issue. I wanted to add that
No, it
little
helped.
bit of
But
context.
I guess, John, my other question, which I'm sure you've looked at, is we're looking at the cost of this over 2 years of about $60,000 to get all that inputted.
Mhm.
And I don't know, that's, in terms of
That
time.
includes the addition for what we're anticipating for additional autopsy. So the total buy-up request, it includes, the additional autopsies, the additional technology.
Yeah, no, that's
as
down
well
at
as-
40,000. I mean, the total amount is 40,000 each year. We've been
Correct.
told about 10,000 with the additional autopsy. So I think that's how George is getting to.
Oh, I see, okay.
30,000 per year, so 2 years, you have 60,000 for that work.
And it'll be based on the actual hours. That's an estimate, and so it could be less than that, George, but I think part of, and Steve may be able to address this, is reconstructing the records and going back and doing the history is what's costly. The setup has actually been pretty minimal. Software, typically, if we were to get a new electronic records system, could run in excess of that 60,000 all by itself. I think there's been a lot of work done to find an online solution, but it does take a lot more administrative work up front, especially to build the history in. Now, we could eliminate a lot of that cost if we didn't go back and do the historical records. And that depends on how much time it actually takes to do it, and those are billed at actual hours, correct, Steve? Yeah. So it could be less at the end of the day. This is our best guess of what it's going to take to reconstruct everything.
I think it would be valuable for all of us going forward, and you're probably doing this, it's just not part of this presentation, I understand that, would be to list out those, 6, 8 specific projects, and then be able to track a little bit of, the completion rate going through, so we can see that in the preparation for 2013 budget and 2014, just so we see the services received, as it were, for that. And I'm supportive of this request. I was at Colorado Counties Inc. to hear the debates over the new legislation, and the reasons that was coming forward was because I think we felt very comfortable where we are, professional pathologists doing the autopsies, things like that. Yet other counties, it was, you didn't have to have any medical training at all to be the coroner, and, really very understaffed. And the state, just finally, in the Coroners Association, we're starting to, grab the tiger by the tail and say we have to bring our standards up to the modern era. So, I don't know, did anybody else have any questions on this? And then we'll have John lead us through our decision points. I don't know if we want to take a break first.
I was going to
or you give us an
suggest
idea.
both so that you guys are fresh coming in and hopefully in a better mood when we start talking about the buyouts, that we go ahead and take a break and grab our
Lunch.
brown bag lunches. Yeah.
Okay, so grassroots. Oh,
I'm in a good mood.
Anybody else? Carbs. We want lots of carbs. So grassroots, we will take a 15-minute break and reconvene. I'm sorry if anyone else has been waiting for their presentation. We just haven't gotten into it yet. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the help.
Maybe he's talking about me. It is Monday, October 31st. It's about 12:30 in the afternoon, and you have tuned into the work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, and we are in budget hearings. So pardon us if we're eating while people are presenting. It's a working lunch. Thank you, John.
All right.
Take it away, please.
Thanks, Rachel. John Peacock, County Manager. We've gotten to the point in our presentation where we're talking about the buy-up requests or proposed changes for the 2012 budget. What we did not bring to your attention in this area is some of the cuts that were made coming in, most notably there of the 6 FTEs that we had talked to you about, full-time equivalent positions that were eliminated coming into the budget. There was a sheriff's deputy that would fall into this core focus area that was eliminated. I know we'll ask Joe to talk about that in a moment. But I do know our coroner has another appointment that he needs to get to. And so I thought, since we just finished with his presentation, I'd see if there are any additional questions, thoughts, concerns, or direction regarding his buy-up request. I'm going to then ask Joe to say a few things about the Sheriff's Department budget and buy-up requests, and we'll go into Health and Human Services from there, which is probably the most significant set of buy-ups.
What is the staff and manager's office vetting on the buy-up requests that have been recommended or not recommended?
So we set up a budget review team that was made up of all section leaders as well as a number of managers from different departments. And we had set out some goals, and those goals included evaluating the buy-up requests for their alignment with the new strategic plan, vetting the buy-up requests for ability to address changing service level demands, and then basically bang for the buck. And we set up a survey tool and had several meetings to prioritize all of the buy-up requests and recommend funding levels. And as you can see, those recommendations weren't just limited to decreasing funding levels. As we worked through this, we actually recommended an increase to what the coroner had actually originally requested, based on really looking into his requests, and in some cases it was not recommending buy-up requests or making changes to them. And so this was done on a consensus model with staff evaluating each of these buy-up requests on those 3 criteria.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. And so I guess before inviting the sheriff to talk about the Sheriff's Department, were there is there additional information, thoughts, or concerns on the coroner's requests?
Rob?
The only thing is what Rachel said, is having a follow-up somewhere that this transfer information technology that's budgeted over a 2-year period in the amount of $30,000 a year over the next 2 years is just kind of brought back to us, make sure that we're doing it the most efficient way. I understand it's a costly process, and I'm confident that it's a process that'll get us to the next stage of a coroner program that's already below what the state, other counties are paying for coroner programs. So I think it allows us to keep in that system. But I'd like some follow-up on it, especially as we go to the 2013 budget, but if not sooner than that.
And we had talked about having the coroner maybe have some time in front of you guys for updates on a more regular basis than has been in the past. So I think we're definitely prepared to honor that request.
George, do you have any comments?
I really support the idea of the training. I think that's really critical, that especially as we're putting on new deputy coroners, that they do have the proper training. And I like the idea of coming up with a list of policies and procedures that could be used for consistent use, and sort of actually as a checklist as you're out in the field, and the idea of using a laptop technology to go out in the field to just do everything all at once. So that really makes a lot of sense to me. And I already gave you my concerns about the cost of the input, and hopefully you'll be watching that closely. And lastly, since it's Halloween, I think we should put in the budget a county Hirsch as well.
So I'll ask the question specifically then, are we comfortable with the coroner's office program buy-up requests?
Yes.
Going forward to the next level of the budget. Thank you then.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much for all your service.
Joe, can I invite you up to say a few things about the Sheriff's Department? Well, if you want, grab the mic wherever you're most comfortable.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be fine.
I just want to take a few minutes to give you guys the update of the office and with some of the buy-up requests
Take all the time you
that
need.
we have. But before I do that, I need to really tell you guys that I've been through quite a few budget cycles, and I really have to say this one has been a pleasure to work through in comparison. And it started with our county manager telling us that he wanted us to work on cutting our budgets and work cooperatively with each other. And I think it's been a great effort by the leadership team and the people in county, and I just want to encourage you guys, as I know you will, to recognize them. But specifically, I think we really have to recognize John and Connie and John Redmond for developing this process, walking through its implementation, working with us on something that was new to us, but it was significantly more streamlined than anything we've ever had, and in my opinion, more effective than anything we've ever done. So I just want to say thank you to you guys for really doing your job. With that, I guess I'd just like to take a few minutes. It's my first year in office, actually 11 months tomorrow-ish. And when I took it on, I took some goals for myself, some very simple goals, if you will. But one of them was financial responsibility. And I think I've met that goal this year. We're cutting an officer, one full-time deputy, the car that goes with him, and all the training that goes with him or her, which is a doable. I would never do it if I thought it was going to jeopardize our service level, but it shouldn't. In fact, I'm asking all of my deputies to do more with less, and I think they're responding. Our numbers are good, and I'm real proud of the people that I work with and their commitment to doing as much as they can with less. We have had an increased presence in our patrol on Highway 82, especially Redstone, Thomasville. I'm encouraging our deputies to get out there and just have a presence. That doesn't necessarily mean writing tickets, as I said earlier. I want to be available for people who need help. Pull over, ask us a question, whatever it is. I just want high visibility, and I think we've been doing that. I'm also encouraging some leadership training for our department, which has dipped into our training budget, but I think it's money well spent in a department that's in a transition after a 24-year sheriff. And I just would like to implement some new leadership ideas throughout my organization, which we're doing. As I said, financially, I appreciate the salary freeze, and I stick with it. I think that sooner or later has to be addressed. And I know we're working on it, so I'm not going to take a lot of time with that. We are also reviewing our technology needs. As I think Steve mentioned earlier, the computers we carry are these $4,000 tough books that you could drop from a roof of a building and they won't break. Do cops need that kind of durability? I don't think so. So we're looking at cutting our technology significantly, where instead of a $4,000 computer, maybe we could get by with a $1,000 less durable computer. So I'm looking at some technology ways for us to continue to cut. I hope that someday we went to a Google-based cloud system I think it saved us a significant amount of money. It's made our lives easier, and I'm hoping in the next couple of years the county as a whole looks into that, because we've been the, if you will, the experiment for the county, and I think it's worked very well. I think there's a savings out there for the entire county, and that's something that should be on all our lists. As far as my challenges for the future, I think the courthouse security keeps rearing its head at us. I'm trying to keep that at bay with the current level of service that we have. Some have asked that we have a more secure facility. That would cost the county a lot of money. It would mean more staff. It would mean changes to a historical building. If asked by you, frankly, I think the service we're providing now is doing a very good job with what we have to deal with. Pay and retention is another challenge for me, but I think my people understand, where we are and what we're doing. I am making some cuts, but I'm not asking for a promise, but I would like for you guys to keep it in your mind that if my calls for service go up, I may come back and ask for this position back. As you saw in the statistics before, we had calls for service and what we called self-initiated. Self-initiated means the officer himself is developing a call, whether that's a car stop, rattling doors at the airport business center, looking for unlocked businesses, a bar check, you name it. That's something a cop says, I'm going to go do this. So right now I'm asking for deputies to do more of those, which I can't do that and come back to you and say I need more police. But if the calls for service creep up, I may be coming back, and I just wanted to throw that out there. But I'm really happy to keep trying to do whatever I can to keep the budget at a good level, and I'm here for your questions now.
I think the key question would be to talk about the emergency management special events position.
Right. This was a position that did exist 4 years, 3 years. When did we RIF it? In the last rounds of reduction in forces.
Through the ComDev office special events.
Yes, it was reduced through them. It turned out that at the time we did that, we turned out to be getting more special events than we had in the past. And a lot of the special events and their applications probably need to continue to have substantial review. When we RIF'd that position, we saw a void almost immediately that the permits were not coming into our standard, and the requests for public safety were not being reviewed well enough. So Tom Grady, who was at that time the Director of Operations, took that task on under the umbrella of the Sheriff's Office. It's really almost a full-time job. We decided to offer it to Valerie McDonald at 20 hours a week, and she's been doing it in coordination with working with the Office of Emergency Management, which is now Tom Grady is our emergency manager. She is his second, if you will, at 20 hours a week. Valerie was the person who worked at ComDev and reviewed all the special events permits, and frankly, she was really good at it. So I'm lucky to have her. But I am asking for more money to support that position. Now, if you look at the buy-up request, it shows that 2012 is no cost to the county. That's because we funded a part-time position for emergency management and never filled that. So part of that money comes from that. The other part is a contribution made by the Public Safety Council, which is a joint board of 13 public safety agencies. They all put in $2,000 apiece to supplement Valerie. So we're good through 2013 with that. Through 2013. After 2013, I will probably be coming back and ask for that to be a full-time position, or not a full-time, to be funded at 30 hours a week by the county. I think it's that important to review these permits and have them, especially the safety and operations plan, which tells the event how much police and ambulance and fire should be present there to make this successful, not only for the event, but to keep our public safe. And that's what I get out of that review the most. So I think this is something we should continue to do, and I hope you pass this, and that's where I stand with it. I think we're going to see more, as I think we all agree, I think we're going to see more special events and larger special events. Bike race is classic. Next year, I think that's going to be quite an impact for us if we get it, and if the route stays on Independence Pass.
John?
Yeah, and just to add on, I think the logic behind the 2-year request is, as you'll recall during our strategic plan discussions, I think we all agreed that we needed a further discussion about the role of special events and how we're going to partner with other entities in the valley around special events. There's already a model here through the Public Safety Council of potentially jointly funding a position, but we felt that it is important to see where those discussions led us as far as what the county's involvement should be and what the opportunities are for partnership in the future before committing to an ongoing full-time position. It also gives the Sheriff's Department, I think, some time to figure out how this role can be integrated with the partner agencies and such. So that's why you see this recommended as a 2-year, more as an experiment right now, and to also to meet an immediate service level demand and give us some time to have those discussions that we, I think, committed ourselves to have as an organization around what role do we want to play around special events.
Yeah, 2 questions for me, and then I'll see if the board have other questions. The one is just kind of how we're accounting for this in recommended buy-ups. It seems that if there is money from a position that went unfilled last year, and those are kind of rollover funds, we still should list it as a buy-up, even though it has a funding source, because we're making a decision to use those funds for it. So not quibbling with should we have it or not have it, but it just seems like if we're using funds from an unfilled position last year, it would make it, still makes it a buy-up for next year. It's just not new money.
It's not really an unfilled position. The public safety entities have been funding emergency management for a number of years, and there was originally the intention of getting a temp help position, which was not done over the last few years. So the money accumulated, and right now we have a lot in a pool set aside for that purpose. And so that's why you see zero cost in the first year, because we're drawing down that pool of money that had accumulated. It also covers part of the cost for 2013.
Okay.
So that's the funding source. However, after 2013, the funding is limited to about $22,000 a year, $24,000 a year. And then if we do decide to continue the position, we would need to fund the other half of that position out of the general fund.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a blank space, and it could change in future years' budgets. I guess the other is just to delineate a little bit of the difference in the position, because it used to be under ComDev, and as I remember when it was instituted, it was, to be able to help an applicant for a special event go through the system and make sure they were talking to the right people and had the right information, hitting the right deadlines, and things like this. And certainly coordinating with the sheriff's office. But that focus seems to have shifted. I guess I'm kind of wondering how much, other than working with the sheriff's office, are they assisting with getting the review to ComDev and other liquor license authority or whatever? I mean, how much of it should be covered by ComDev or other departments and not just the Sheriff's Department budget?
Community development is still playing that role through the permit process of making sure that all appropriate review agencies really are involved. In discussions with Cindy as the budget review team was reviewing this request and proposal, the position one is in ComDev was primarily used, I think, around the public safety planning. That's really the significant both purpose and time sink, I think, for this position's time. And so as we talked about where it would most naturally sit, it actually made a lot more sense because of the public safety planning component and how much time that was taking of this position's time previously. To have that in emergency management in the Sheriff's Department, I think there's some efficiencies, quite frankly, there. And then to have the other components of the permitting handled through ComDev. And Joe, you may, I don't know if you have additional.
I think that's an excellent point. I mean, if this was solely left with ComDev, there would still have to be a major component of the safety and operations plan that would have to be reviewed by a public safety member. Not to knock ComDev, that they just don't look at it with the same eye we do as a public safety agency. And I think that's a critical component of this. So Valerie is not only very familiar with the forms and how to walk somebody through, because she did it at ComDev, and make sure all their I's are dots and T's crossed, but she's also very familiar and works closely with Tom Grady, who was our Director of Operations for so many years, in the Safety and Operations Plan. So they will catch things that a person in ComDev just couldn't catch because they're not looking at it through that set of a public safety set of eyes.
Thank you for answering my questions. Rob or George, questions?
Just a quick question, Joe. On the position that you're not filling a position, or is it a vacancy that?
It's an attrition. We have a vacant position, and it's a good time to cut it when no one occupies it.
And then I remember last year when you came before us, you had requested some additional dollars for a vehicle. And so are those vehicles on lease, or how?
Those vehicles are paid for by the county in full, bought on state bid, and we own them.
So we'll still end up with a vehicle, or will you try to resell that?
Well, we're just not buying one for that deputy.
Oh, you're just
for
not
the
buying.
RIFT position.
Going forward.
It's not going to be purchased going forward.
Oh, I understand, okay.
And maybe it'll end up being the coroner's vehicle when we,
Well,
when one of them.
That's what Phyllis just said. I would probably make a real strong case that the coroner just gets one of our miles out vehicles. I mean, they're 70 to 80,000 mile cars, but they're really good for what they need. So I hope you take that into consideration.
And that's something we're working on
Okay.
now.
So it's okay to board this buy-up as our support. So there we go. Thank you, Joe, for your
Thank you.
time and keeping us all safe. Appreciate it.
The other one on the Sheriff's Department is the tactical vests. I don't know if you had any questions on that. That was one that was, I
They have
think,
to be
unanimously.
replaced because they degrade over time.
Yeah, and that was.
We have 4 requests now through Health and Human Services. 3 are position requests, and then 1 is a funding request to remove the cap on the child care assistance program. And I guess we've talked a lot about the indicators in Health and Human Services, so I guess I'd ask if you have any questions, thoughts, or concerns on any of those buy-up requests.
Yeah, my only question, concern, which we went through this a while ago as well, but on the request for the child care assistance program, I had asked that we have some additional information from Kids First, and I thought we were going to have a work session or some more information in terms of what they're doing as well on their side, so we have a better understanding of how the partnership between us, Kids First, and even the city of Aspen all plays in to try to address this problem.
Yeah, and I think that's a discussion that still needs to evolve at this point and still needs to happen. And I know at our last meeting where we talked, I think, about the pod recommendations and such, I came away from that meeting with an understanding that we would have that joint discussion with more joint information. At this point, the request that's in front of you really doesn't change the eligibility level. All it really does is remove the cap. Can be difficult to predict or project what impact that's going to have because it depends on who comes in to make application. But we're anticipating that, by removal of the cap, we at least are serving all the families that we are anticipating within that 185% of poverty. So at least we're not shifting any families at that level onto the Kids First program. There probably needs to be a broader discussion, George, beyond this, because this is a pretty limited budget request around the Child Care Assistance Program. There probably needs to be a broader discussion about the interaction and how the two programs relate, and that may lead you to want to make different kinds of changes in the future. But we think, given what we're seeing, this is an appropriate change that isn't exactly what was requested, but does take some of the pressure off of the Kids First. And that is part of what I think we're trying to show with the graph. Can you go back to that? That showed the number of families served and the funding level between the two programs. But you're right, that's not as much information, I think, as you
What was
requested.
what was originally requested, and where was the request from? Was it from our staff or from Kids First?
No, it came from our program. The original request, I think, that never formally came to us, I don't believe. It did formally come to us? I'm sorry.
There were a lot of requests.
So we were aware that Kids First was preparing a request for us to go to 200% of poverty level. Is that correct? With no cap. As we looked at our program and what we felt the available funds were, our staff had actually made that request. The budget review team, in looking at the potential impacts of that, has recommended 185% of poverty level with no cap. So keeping our eligibility the same but removing the cap. And that's where we came to the numbers.
I think that, I'm not sure if you're asking the original request, but in the CCAP buy-up request that I wrote originally, we asked to lift the cap up to 225. I mean, we asked to have no cap and lift it to 225. And through the discussion with the section leaders and looking at what was going on with Kids First, and they were trying to rearrange or restructure some of what they were doing, we came out with a more modest recommendation of 185% no cap. And so I think that's what, so you would have seen that in the buy-up, that there was actually a request for more.
Let me ask you one other question while you're here. On the, it's a question regarding the poverty level, how that is established, and how often that is looked at in terms of updating that poverty level.
Well, the federal government sends out a federal poverty level every year. And then we take that information and we adjust it into our graphs like this. And then every program qualifies people at different levels of poverty. So 100% of poverty, 150, 200, and as you can see on this chart, all the way up to 400% of poverty for Kids First. So that is reviewed annually. And then, what we're looking at is, I think what we requested with the child care is at least for 3 years, let's cover at 185% no matter what people's circumstances. And in the 3 years, we'll be evaluating how things are going and whether or not we can sustain that, if there's a decrease in the caseload, what's happening with Kids First, what has been the impact of our decision there. We want to try to avoid changing the eligibility levels on a regular basis, because that just sort of makes it a little crazy for our income eligibility technicians and for the citizens who are wondering, do they qualify for this program or that program? But I think here, it's pretty clear with the line down the middle, if we can get this no cap at 185%, that we cover the poorest of people and families in Pickens County, and Kids First will decide what they do from there on.
And again, that's anticipating that we'll probably be able to serve 3 additional families.
Right, that is, and right, and we have 6 families on the waiting list, but families are mobile, and they sometimes their situation changes within a month, 2 months. They're employed, they're not employed, they're living in Elgibel, they're living in Aspen. So what we're thinking is the aggregate. We might have, in a couple of months, 17 families, but then we also might have 12 families. And so the 16 is a nice sort of solid, steady middle ground. Unless something dramatic changes or remains the same in the economy and lives don't get better, then over time, in a year or 2, we're going to be able to look at it and say, this is not sustainable, or we need to consider doing something else.
And at the same time, one of my earlier remarks was there still needs to be probably a broader discussion as we go forward with the city of Aspen and with Kids First, because this may help fill the gap to some extent, but it may not completely solve all the problems and the needs. And I really don't want to see Kids First coming back to us again and again and again until we really have a better understanding in terms of what role each of us have in this issue.
Right. We want to try to be strategic in how we move. Obviously, if we lift the cap on 185%, that will make a meaningful difference to Kids First. But at the same time, Kids First has their own financial budget issues, and they are having to consider their own policies that are separate from what we're doing with the lowest income level population. So we're both under the gun in terms of having fiscal sustainability.
But right now, by having the cap on families, that is shifting some of the poorest families to Kids First. And so this makes a clear delineation of who's responsible for what populations. And I think it'll make those future policy discussions much easier to have, because right now it is, we do have this population in that line, if we don't remove the cap, that is both programs are responsible for, and it's very, very difficult to really understand what the impact is.
Sometimes it's difficult to track those people, too. I called Shirley and said, okay, we have 3 people on the waiting list. You must be serving them, are you? And she said, it's hard for me to tell. I'm not sure that they're the same families, because, of course, we can't exchange names. And I'm not sure that their circumstances didn't change from the time they came to you to the time they came to us. So I think it'll be a lot clearer if we just maintain at 185%. We know who qualifies for our program, who qualifies for Kids First.
I see Rob has some questions on this, and just to elaborate first on that privacy policy, why can't we exchange names?
Well, we're required by law to keep all names confidential and all information confidential of people who come for public assistance, unless someone signs a waiver or a release. And so we, depending on a client's circumstances, they may or may not want us to release information to Kids First or any other partner. So it is a little barrier in communication, although, we can exchange things like numbers and cost and things like that.
So the first question is the 27,000 and change BOCC. Those are all paid out services. for these families? None
That's
of that is
correct.
administrative or
It's
anything like that?
payroll.
That's just-
You're right. That's
it's-
client pay, we call it client payroll. So it
Client
goes
payroll.
directly to the daycare centers to pay for children in daycare.
The second question, which was, I guess, partially answered with this delineation of 185 between Kids First and our program, when we first saw this in January or February and made some changes to this program, one of the problems is that there was kind of a 6-month lag period as to when those changes would take effect. And it seemed, to some extent, a little risky to make changes that could affect us, or that we didn't know how they were going to affect us going forward. Why not just raise the cap to 16 or 17? So at least we have a cap to the amount of potential budgetary implication that this will give the county. Because this buy-up request of $27,000 is really completely dependent on who applies for the program. Because if 30 families all of a sudden are eligible and apply, that number is now $60,000 or $70,000. So why not just raise the cap so at least we have a top line as to what outlay of cash that we're able to do as a county?
I think that's a possibility.
Okay.
I wouldn't, the reason why I wouldn't recommend it is, again, back to the confusion for the client, is where they belong, what waiting list are they on, when are they covered by Kids First, and this makes it really clear. If you're at 185% or less, no matter what, how many families, it doesn't matter. The other thing is, because there's a little lag time in eligibility and all that stuff, say we raise the cap to 18 families. But after that, we have 2 families that qualify, right? They're put on a waiting list, they're put on hold, they have to go to Kids First, they have to re-qualify at Kids First, and then maybe we go down to 16 because 2 families have changed. We got to bring those families back in, we have to re-qualify them again. And it's not a very efficient system for our poorest families who are most vulnerable.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm getting at is, we can't make a commitment to something. We have to find the money from somewhere. So if that number does escalate to a point, I mean, what do we cut? I mean, what if it is a $200,000 number because there are that many families? What do we cut?
Right. Well, and this is what you haven't seen yet, but let me come back to your original question, because you're right. This could go to 20 families, it could go to 30 families, what have you. One of the things I think you as board members need to keep in mind is, what does this program actually do in the community? And so there are 2 barriers really for working poor to either keep their employment or get back into employment, and that tends to be transportation and childcare. And one of the things that if we're really growing at that rate, could be driven by a couple of things. One, folks getting back to work and having a need for childcare. And I would urge you to consider that may be a good problem for us to have in the short run, that we're able to support multiple families who are coming. And I would anticipate we're going to see a bump at some point as employment starts to come back in our child care assistance program. I don't know if you agree with that, Nan, but and it's probably long-term to our benefit to make sure that we've, to the greatest degree possible, removed that barrier. So then the money needs to come from somewhere, which is the challenge back on us as an organization. And so one of the things I had committed to you before we ended this budget process was to kind of have a plan B in place. And that plan B would be, where do we, if our budget projections don't work out as we expect, either on the revenue or expenditure side, I feel as an organization we're making a commitment to you as a board to come out of this with some level of fund balance, basically, whether we're making it up on the revenue side or the expenditure side, right? And so if we do this, I think it's important that the board does understand there's some risk. And we would, if our revenues either aren't coming in or expenditures are going faster, we're going to need to come back to you with some expenditure changes. Some of those would probably, just to preview, one of the reasons we set up the capital plan with the revenue sources the way we did with an elastic revenue source was we can probably make some level of adjustments there, move stuff out and make some changes to keep in balance. There's also a set of operating changes that we'll have in our portfolio. I'd rather talk about those in a different setting. But we'll have, I believe, close to $150,000 in potential operating savings that we still have on the shelf to bring forward. Okay? And then we can really then get into a third tier, which is where do we look at service level reductions. One of the reasons, we did limit this to 3 years, and that was based on the Financial Advisory Board discussions about when we expected to maybe see some turnaround in employment and those sorts of things that may, eventually bump up, but also take pressure off of these expenditures at some point in the future. But we don't know if that's 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. The other risk is the amount. We'll probably see a bump as employment comes back. And if need be, we'll need to manage that by bringing other cuts to you. But there is a risk, Rob, as you've said, that those expenditures could be higher than we're projecting right now. So.
One last follow-up question on that, and it's kind of a two-part question. We're going through this budget process in this this buy-up recommendation, if approved by us, will go forward and be in our budget. But I'm assuming that we will still meet as the Board of Human Services and Social Services and make a formal decision on exactly what changes to the program we'll make. Because my recollection back in January or February is there were a lot of other variables too, in terms of pay level to the providers, yes. Those sorts of things that all work into the formula of what the actual payout is going to be. So this is just kind of a placeholder for a budgetary sense of, all right, this is an idea, but when we come around to meet as the Board of Human Services, we might say, all right, 18 is going to be our cap, or 20 is going to be a cap. But it'll still be that dollar amount, or be eligible for that dollar amount. So that decision doesn't necessarily have to be made today. Am I correct in that?
Yeah,
in terms of we're putting a place setter for the budget?
And Nan and I are working through this, but I don't believe the budget is the place where you set that policy. Although I think this is an important step in setting the direction and giving staff direction to bring forward those decisions. We obviously came in front of you to ask the board for a decision about the appropriate poverty levels and caps and those sorts of things. And we'd need to have that discussion again. And you're right, information may change. If there's one that's volatile, this one probably has some volatility to it in terms of the factors that are going to drive costs. And we certainly want to be as transparent as possible, about that.
Because my recommendation would be to go ahead with the idea of budgeting this sort of money in, but with Jack and Michael not here, have a full discussion. And as George had already, put out there, we had asked for a little bit more information on how the Kids First program plays into all this and all that. So, I think that's a decision that really needs to happen as the Board of Social Services. But I'm okay with, just as you said, budgeting towards mitigating the two biggest challenges that our people in these poverty levels are seeing, which is transportation and childcare. So budgeting towards that, I'm in favor of.
Okay. I guess I'll weigh in on this as well. I said it when we first saw this, I personally would rather see us have a number of about 50,000 a year here instead of the 27, so that Nan's office didn't feel like it had to come back to us every time that number fluctuated within that range. If it's unspent, that's great, and carry it forward, but that's just my way of looking at it. It's just a little too close, and based on this average cost of about $9,000 a family, you'd have enough room for another 2 families if we had the placeholder number at 50,000. So that's just, sometimes you can pare down numbers for a budget purpose, but you're gonna, it's like I tell myself X amount every week for groceries. I tend to go over that because of something comes up. So that's just, on the budget number. I do think we need further conversations with the city and Kids First. I think that's obvious to all of us. Maybe there's a way we work towards some sort of co-pay system with them, that, once we've exceeded a certain number of families that we can carry within whatever, additional we've allotted, things like that, we'll let them know, we'll pay the first $2,000 of expense of families that you take that are above our cap, or something like that. Some sort of, so it's not as black and white with them, so there's a little shared assistance, and we bring them in by offering to put something on the table, and they put something on the table for us. The recommendations as they were reported in the paper were their advisory board, not the city council's final decisions or anything, were to stop assisting families with child care needs at any level outside of the urban growth boundary of Aspen. And that, is a little inconsistent with a lot of our policies that have always been that if you live or work in Pickens County. And so, you certainly have a lot of families, if you look at the job number versus the housing numbers within the urban growth boundary, you're surely going to see that there's an awful lot more jobs than workers housed within the urban growth boundary. And so it's almost someone being punished because they never won a lottery or something like that. And a lot of the housing that we count in that, quote, housing number is down in Aspen Village, or is down in Woody Creek, or is down in Lazy Glen. That was always the boundary for producing affordable housing. So it just it creates an inconsistent barrier. And I do know that they have very different charges than we have. I mean, this is a program that's very much, in some ways, maybe someone's coming in to find out about food assistance, and they find out they can get child care assistance, or they can get their child on C-CHIP and health insurance and things like that, whereas a lot of what Kids First is doing is working on the quality of the education, the quality of the programs, the teacher qualifications, capital needs of the buildings. We don't do any capital needs to any of these child care centers, and that's always a struggle for them. So I see us as having further work to do to try to, bridge the problem as a whole. I know that also that Mayor Ireland has requested that we start looking, can we or should we combine these two agencies? Should there be a separate Kids First and Kids First Board and our department? I, as I say, see different realms of responsibility, and we won't want someone to feel like they have to qualify twice with us, or that they qualified with Kids First and didn't realize there were other family assistance benefits that they're not getting because they didn't come into us. How does the Citizen Advisory Board to a Kids First work if you change these roles? There'd be a lot of questions, but I do think that from the mayor's side, it's a good request to look at, is there efficiencies or is there redundancies? Is there a way we can make the two programs work together better? So, at a very deep underlying level, we have to realize that we have a very mixed economy with a lot of dichotomies in it, where you have some very wealthy individuals who are permanent residents, you have more successful, higher paying jobs, business owners, so on, and a lot of it is built on the base of the pyramid of very low income jobs. Low income jobs that may not pay any sort of health insurance benefit, that may not pay enough for people to save for their retirement. It's a kind of cascading effect of a low service industry jobs. And, I don't know that that's been fully accounted for when people first conceived of and supported so much of our affordable housing program, which I fully support. But, just because you've provided someone a relatively stable or low rent, low mortgage, doesn't mean the rest of the cost of living can be covered by the jobs that are available for you in this community. And I think we need to get a really good, better demographic look at that. When we were talking earlier on some of these other issues with Human Services, I thought that, and I think Michael may have requested it before, but we just haven't had a chance to get to it, to do another presentation on the sustainability level, the income sustainability, and the cliff effect, because you'll find that most people in most of these jobs don't have enough to put anything into retirement, as was discussed earlier. It's just not happening. Their employer may not be contributing. There's no match, and so Social Security does become what people depend on if they're not already making enough to be above that, cliff effect. So I think we should line up a presentation on that as well, that we continue to discuss how these all interplay. I'm supportive of this moving forward, and when we have that larger discussion, I really would like people just to keep in mind that potential to request to see it be more like a $50,000 number and have a little more elbow room going forward. So you've already spoken, you're comfortable supporting this level. George, you're comfortable at least at this level, and then we'll have a larger discussion when everyone else comes back.
But before Nan gets away.
Yeah.
Were there
I'm
any?
not going anywhere.
Oh, good. It
she was
felt like you
trying
were pulling
to.
your papers.
I was trying to move back, but
On the positions, do you have questions, thoughts, or concerns?
I do not. We've seen the case made for these positions. How do others feel?
No, I think we've heard the case made for these positions. I would like it a little bit towards the advice we gave the coroner, which is, let's have constant feedback on this. Let's make sure that this is being efficient. I know your department has been strained because of the economy and the increase of caseloads, but constant feedback on these big expenditures are definitely something I'd like to see.
Okay. Is that good? There we go. Thank you for that. Thank you, everyone, again, who's been waiting through all these different ones. Do we need to talk about these other last buy-ups that are in here, this community relations citizen survey?
Yeah, we can certainly talk about that. It is actually has been a practice of the counties to survey its citizens, to do a statistically valid survey of opinions on how we're doing, what we should be doing, those sorts of things. It is an item that had been cut from staff's perspective. We wanted to recommend starting to bring that back. We think it's an important way to reach out to the community in a fairly objective way to inform the work that we're doing as we figure out how to continue in our strategic planning discussions and our action discussions to make sure that we're getting both objective as well as, figuring out how to reach out into the community in more subjective ways, discussions, focus groups, those sorts of things. But we think this is a kind of important objective umbrella to get community feedback. So.
And was there a regular every other year, every year? What was the previous
I believe
pattern?
it looked like it was every other year to me. I'm wondering if there's anyone that can confirm that. I have them from 2007, 2009, 2005, so it looked like it was every other year. And it's important to have some longitudinal comparisons to see if you're making progress or such. So.
Okay, George and then Rob. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, especially since we have a new mission statement for the first time in 10 years, certainly a new, different type of strategic plan. But a lot of that stemmed from our kitchen talks a year and a half ago. And having gone to quite a few of those, I was impressed by how well they were received in terms of allowing us to come in and not only provide information in terms of what we're doing, but allow the participants to give us feedback. So I would like to see that continue, perhaps as part of this budget. So this is not just limited to a written survey, but allows the continued outreach with neighborhood chats, perhaps with each of the caucuses as well, because I think that has been really effective.
And if I could just add on to that, and it's not on this list of buy-ups, but you will be seeing it. We do still have that strategic initiatives fund, which was a pool for those kinds of ideas where we're looking at, we talked about some type of citizens academy or outreach kind of idea. I think that could be built on, and we have some funds that we can come back and make a specific proposal to the board for use for those kinds of purposes.
My comments were kind of along the lines of George's. You know, I hope this is kind of like a little placeholder for us to, as a board, figure out exactly how we want to use it, not just use the one that was done 2 years ago or whatever. And, you know, maybe it's not the full $15,000, but at least we're putting a placeholder in here for, you know, this kind of citizen survey. And again, because we have made some dramatic changes to our strategic plan and those sorts of things, myself being a new board member, that sort of stuff. So, no, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm supportive of it. I think at least for me, there's two things. One is that I'd like to see the board review the questions that are asked before it's done. And both, you know, agreeing and a slight variation on that is it's important to ask some of the same questions for the tracking purposes.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, we've seen such dramatic changes in the economy and people's living circumstances. There's got to be new questions. There's got to be new understanding of where we are as a community and the community's depth of understanding of what the county does. So that's important. The second is, for me, the timing of when it's actually done. I really think we'd be a lot better off maybe taking the temperature in August of next year than to try to do something in April. You know, we're just in such a flux time period right now. I think everyone's waiting to see how will things even out. You know, so we should discuss the timing of when it's done. I think is really important. We've always been able to capture a lot of our second home residents by being in summer. But again, I just wouldn't want to see us pulling this out and starting in January or March or something like that.
Okay.
So we have a little more time for the volatility to subside or increase, whatever it's going to do. But, you know, measuring right now, we're just measuring an in-between time, I would think.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one's accomplished. What else?
The only other things in here are the radio and technical services items, which were actually included in the capital plan already. We just wanted to call them out. They were recommended to be included in the capital plan, and
Okay.
that is balanced over the 10 years. There really are equipment replacement and necessary to maintain reliable communications for public safety reasons.
Okay, and the last item under the not recommended, I don't know if you were going to go through those or had planned to, but at the community health, public health assessment and planning position, if you...
Yeah, so actually, I think the latest update on that is that the state actually is coming through with dollars for a position to conduct that, so we do not need to put any county general fund. I actually just got that between the time you and I visited at lunch.
Yeah, I just asked about that. So, good. Well, so this is something that if and when those monies are received, and we will be able to make a supplemental to our budget and then begin that work.
Correct. The coroner request, that's really just a change from his request to what was recommended, and it actually ended up being an increase as we got into that model and what we thought would be required for the modernization of his office. The human services care manager position, this is actually, I think this was a difficult recommendation because there's definitely a need. And Nan, I don't know if you or if you want to have somebody talk a little bit about the care manager position in particular. The reason, it wasn't recommended at this time, is one, we wanted to see what happened with some ongoing discussions, whether it be with the, this would be a care manager to help deal with the increasing level of seniors issues that we're seeing in the community. We're having a lot of ongoing discussions right now, whether it be with the Housing Authority and, obviously what the impacts of the Healthy Community Fund passing or not might be on senior programs. And we wanted to see how all of those discussions evolved before we recommended a position. But
Just want to clarify one thing,
Yeah.
if I heard you right. Basically, our care management program that exists today that Marty referenced is for people 60 and older. We have found that that is so successful in trying to prevent bigger issues and larger costs down the road that we want to implement that for all adults 18 and older. So what we're doing is expanding what we think will be coming down the pike, and it may not be ready now, timing, is that we want to be working on homelessness prevention and helping people access services and connect and network to programs because it's been so successful with the 60 and older. The section leaders didn't feel that it was necessarily right because we're just starting conversations with the housing office. Kim and I met with Tom McCabe a couple of weeks ago, and he is very interested in studying best practices in how counties and housing offices, human services and housing offices are working more together to prevent homelessness, to help people be successful in their homes and with their rents and with their behavior and all of that stuff. But we're likely not ready at this point to jump into adding a half-time staff.
Okay, and maybe you can clarify a little for me, because just the broad brush statement, care management for everyone 18 and older.
Yeah.
Half-time. But you're talking about care management of individuals who have qualified and are
What we're talking about is assisting people who are vulnerable for some reason. They're not able to organize all their supports that they need in their life. They may be financially vulnerable. They might be mentally vulnerable or developmentally disabled, intellectually vulnerable. But what we're finding is that more and more we have this population of people who are having trouble taking care of themselves and making the links to the resources. Gone are the days when we say, okay, George, what you need is to go over to the counseling center and see someone over there. With a certain population, they don't get from here to over there. So the care manager helps them make those connections, and in doing that, it helps us reduce large costs later. If you or someone like you, George, is out there neglected by services, then the costs are exponential when there's a crisis.
Okay.
So care management is really a preventive model to support people who are having trouble navigating the system or connecting on their own for whatever reason.
Okay, well, I think we'll want more concrete examples of that as it goes forward, because it's just too easy for people to characterize, oh, now we want to become the nanny state for everyone 18 and older, and what are the limitations, what are the practical applications, and how do we really see cost savings, whether it's to the jail and the sheriff's office or other type of things, so that we're looking to a concrete set of goals to the greatest extent possible.
Great.
Okay.
Good.
Well, I think that wraps up the buy-up requests for this area. I would like to note, I think it's important for us to keep in mind that in the general fund, leading up to this budget, and Joe referenced this already, but the departments and the sections did a lot of hard work, and we identified over $5.5 million in operating cuts over 5 years. you can see we're requesting to add back in $565,000 in additional costs. So that's balanced against the $5.5 million in operating cuts. I don't want to lose that because that was a lot of work on the part of our departments. That also allowed us then to shift what were previously operating revenues, in the form of sales tax, to start funding our capital plan on an ongoing basis. So in terms of sustainability, I don't want us, fiscal sustainability, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that this is really a small increment of increase against the operating cuts that the organization made coming into this budget.
Yeah, that's an incredibly important point for us not to lose here. To me, it was like kind of stripping down a car, to its bare bones. Yes, now it's transportation, but, it'd be nice to have the windows back in, type of thing. And so by paring down to the base, to feel like you've now reestablished our base, realigned with our priorities, and then put back the things that will fulfill our priorities in the most cost-efficient manner possible. But these aren't buy-ups to last year's budget. Right. They're not buy-ups to the 2009 budget. They are what we are now seeing as the important components of making the 2011 budget work.
Yep.
Rob?
Yeah, I'd just like to commend all the department heads because it's really a reallocation to what services are dramatically needed right now.
Yeah.
We've made cuts where we could save money, and we're reallocating some of that, not all of it, but a small portion of that to the services that are really going to make the most difference in our operation and activity, sustainability as accounting going forward.
Thank you. You're in agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. And so what would then next be, the library?
I think we're ready to go on to the library. I don't know if you wanted to take a little break.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go on to the library. And I don't know if you feel or want to keep everyone here their issues have been discussed.
Everyone is here at their option right now.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I don't think so. That's why I was just letting you know. Halloween Day, and it is about 10 to 2 in the afternoon. You've tuned into the work session of the Board of County Commissioners for our budget hearings and other items, and we're now about to hear a library update. Please introduce yourselves for the record and take it away.
I'm Kathy Chandler from the library, and we put together a few slides to indicate what's been going on at the library recently. I'm wondering if that, I guess that, cuts off the numbers. But
59 books in your collection. I can't believe that.
This had been a slide made that was based on an Aspen Times article that came out about a year ago that was demonstrating the growth in the collection and the changes that have taken place in the 20 years since the library building was dedicated back in 1991, and was actually trying to demonstrate the incredible amount of growth in the videos and DVD collection, books on tape. The picture there that they took of just the different formats of the Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban book was meant to show the fact that in the old days a library would just have one book that would represent the author's work of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, whereas nowadays you have the book and the book on CD and the book on cassette tape and the movie in video, movie and DVD, large print edition of the book, and then not shown there are the downloadable e-versions of the book and the downloadable audio versions of the book. So one title can take up quite a bit of room in a library building. We looked at this slide, tried to look at this slide last week when I was here for the library update, but the purpose of this slide was mainly to show you folks the fact that the circulation in the library has continued to rise since, right here it shows from 2007 on, which in 2008 was when the major economic downturn took place in the country. And I grabbed the statistics for the number of cars that entered the parking garage because I thought that was indicative of what had happened to the traffic in town. That for those of you who live down Valley and are coming up to go to work, the traffic jam getting in during the rush hour is down a lot from where it was before the economy took a dive. And in spite of that fact, our use of just pure number of items going out has continued to go up. These are checkouts of physical materials. We also have several thousand checkouts of digital resources that aren't shown in this graph. And it also is interesting because last year was the year when Amazon's sale of downloadable digital books superseded its number of actual physical books that were sold by Amazon. And also last year was the first year of full use of the new BOCC library facility, which we didn't know how that would impact use at our building, but it just seems that in this time people need more and more information. We've had people from the Colorado Workforce Center come up to meet with people in the library to talk to them one-on-one about getting some help in applying for jobs. We have people that come in and use the library as a business incubator to research ideas. I was on the desk last week and a lady had come in who was working on a formula to try to devise a new product that she could sell from here in Aspen, and that's just one example of the ways people rely on the library collection to help them through hard economic times. A lot of things have changed in the way the library has done business since we opened this library building in 1991, and a very significant change has taken place just last year with the addition of the prospector database to being linked into our library catalog. And that has changed the model throughout many of the libraries that have that are either hooked into Prospector or to the Marmot Library Consortium. Any of the library users represented by those two entities are now able to very easily go in and manage their own interlibrary loan requests. And this is one of the reasons that we looked at whether or not we should redesign our library building, because the library model has changed from a warehouse of materials to a place that can quickly move materials in to serve a specific need for a patron. Either you're doing that digitally online, or you're doing it by physically transporting the items in. And this model is known in the library community as changing from having things just in case to getting things just in time. And so you can see by this chart the growth in the number of items that we're moving on a courier that comes to the library 5 days a week. And the first blue column represents the number of materials that are going out of our library that are being borrowed by other library users. The red are the number of holds that are being filled for our library patrons from other libraries. The green bar is all of the courier use, and then the final bar shows the number of holds that we are fulfilling within the library for our own patrons. So the way that this works is people can be using a computer at home or in the library and go into our library catalog, and if our item is checked out, they can quickly hit a box that says request this item. All they have to do then is put in their name and their library card number, and then we contact them either by email or by phone as soon as that book comes in. And it's either being filled from our own part of the collection, which is generally like the newer books. For instance, the new Steve Jobs title that just came out. That's an item that we, in order to manage these holds throughout the state, there's a lot of the newer materials we restrict, and we only let those be borrowed by the Pitkin County residents, so that they're not, our materials aren't being whipped out by other libraries who are going to have a lot of requests on those sort of titles. So this expense for the courier, a lot of that is paid for by federal funding that comes into the state and is paid for through the state library's budget. Another way that we contribute $8,000 a year to the courier, and another way that that's funded is gift books that don't need to be added to local library collections, and that we don't anticipate could be sold in our book sale room, are shipped down to Denver, where they have a sorting center and are advertising those books on things like eBay, and then they use the income from those gift books to help service the courier system throughout the state. This chart just shows some of the programs that we've had so far this year. I think these statistics were through about the middle of October. But the Baby Story Hour, where we've had 934 babies and adults show up at that, is a brand new program that libraries have sort of taken responsibility for, really trying to make sure that young children have the skills ready for early literacy. There's been some, pretty depressing reports come out about students in the state of Colorado. I think that there's like 30% of the children who have been tested in third grade aren't at the reading level that they need to be at in order to continue being successful in school. The saying is that you need to learn to read in order to be able to read to learn. We have a new assistant children's librarian who's taken on the baby story hours, and then Susan Keenan, who's been our children's librarian for quite some time, continues with her toddler and preschool story hours, and has also worked with Genevieve Smith, who's the new young adult services librarian, so that we have a very popular summer reading program for both the locals and the people who come into town for the summer, for either the MAA or the Physics Institute, Aspen Institute, people who sign their kids up for our summer reading program. And these are some of the programs that we would like to have redesigned spaces for some of these activities in a revamped library if possible. Because a lot of these programs during the off-season, they don't need to be in as big a meeting room as we only have the one meeting room currently, and that sort of precludes a lot of other organizations from being able to come in and use that room. And we would like to be able to have a smaller breakout room in a new children's library so that it frees up the larger meeting room for the bigger public meetings. This is our 5-year plan, and I would echo Joe DeSalvo's remarks about how helpful the finance department has been, and the new linking of the budget to the new strategic plan has really made a lot of sense for the library. There aren't really any buy-ups in the library budget. You'll probably recall at the beginning of the year we came in and asked for permission to use the employee housing fund that the library had built up over the course of many years to pay for the architectural studies that are underway, and we are cognizant of the fact that we need to pay that fund back because we borrowed $400,000 out of that. We have our fund balance in the capital reserve fund that we've had that was started with the bequests from Alice Price and Doris Denker back in 1997. That reserve has now grown to $5.3 million, and it started at $3.9 million in the bequests, and then was invested by the Pitkin County Retirement volunteers who manage that fund. And it grew enough that we were able to take $2 million out of that back in 2000 and 2001 to fund the internal expansion of the building when we opened up the mezzanine and refurbished everything. And now it's grown back to this reserve. And I would note that we, ever since we inherited the money, for the taxpayers, we had been referring to that as an endowment fund, and that really was a misnomer, because an endowment fund, usually you are not going to spend your capital, you spend off of the income from that capital, but we had said, the library board had said, well, we'll treat this like an endowment fund, but it was always meant to be a capital reserve for this expansion onto the 44-foot easement that the library had asked for back in 1988.
There were not specific instructions that came with the bequest
related
to how it could or should be used?
No, it was pretty extraordinary to have received both of those bequests in 1 year and with no strings attached. So, some people have really complimented the library board on the fact that they have been able to keep that together and not see it frittered away over the years. I guess one thing that's been slightly changed in this year's budget is the way that we're allocating our materials budget. If you look at the line library collection, that looks like it's going down between 2011 and 2012, but in reality, it's not. There's several things that the library spends money on that don't show up in the library collection budget. There's about $90,000 that are in materials that don't really become part of the material assets of the library that you would inventory and take credit for having bought, and those are the periodicals, which you don't buy to keep forever, and the online databases that we subscribe to. So these are, the online databases is a budget line item that's grown through the years and is now at $60,000. That, I think Rob came over when we had the open house where we had some of the representatives from some of these different databases. This makes it possible for people to be at home and get on their computer and get into some really phenomenal resources online on beyond just Wikipedia or, going in and Googling something. You can go into the peer-reviewed periodicals and do searches that way. Also, there's things like Value Line, Morningstar, where you can go in and track investments and do research on companies and their portfolios. And a lot of emphasis is now being put on an attempt in the library community to change the model of the way the publishing industry is handling e-books, because we don't want to use the library money to just rent e-books, which is pretty much what the model is right now. We want to be able to buy them so that we can do things that we've been able to do with physical books in the past. Things like interlibrary loan them to another library if our user isn't using them actively. So Jamie LaRue is a Douglas County librarian who's been responsible for trying to set up a new model, and he has put a computer in Douglas County that eventually he's willing to let the rest of the libraries in the state use, and he's also been working with one publisher at a time to say this doesn't work for libraries. So we're hoping to change that from a asset that's not being counted into one that would be, something that we own.
Yeah, I appreciate that level of detail, and I'm sure the finance department has more of that level of detail. But it would seem to me, at least, that in future years, future budget presentations, that larger title library collection might be worth breaking down, if that's including these services that are just an annual reoccurring fee, and some way to look into which are ongoing expenses and which are assets that are then owned afterwards, and things like that. So I'm okay with the explanation, but I'd love to have just a little more detail into it. George, and then
I've got a couple questions, Kathy. One is on the revenues for the property tax. We're showing the 2012 budget is actually increasing a little bit. Why is that? I would think that it would actually be going down based on the new assessments values.
Most of the library's mill levy is under Tabor, and so it works the same way as the general fund, that the increase is limited to growth plus inflation. And the library, just like the general fund, has taken tax credits so that they have room, even with property taxes devalued, they have room to move the mill levy up slightly closer to their full mill levy.
the collection of the mill. They cannot remove the actual mill levy. Without
So, because I remember, I think last year, we reduced that mill levy a little bit to offer some relief to the taxpayers. So in this budget, it reflects bringing that mill levy back up to where it was previously, or?
Not quite.
Well, I think we changed. I think the mill levy stayed steady, but we have part of the library's income is actually debruced. About a quarter of it, and so we voluntarily, when the commissioners asked people to not take advantage of the fact that those properties were assessed at such a high value in the summer of 2008, right before the economy took its downturn, the commissioners asked us not to take advantage of that windfall profit, if you will. We could have had a 30% increase in that 25 to 28% of our income. And so we asked if we could just take 2% of that instead of the 30%. And because of that, there's a lot of room between what's happened with the Tabor Amendment, the growth plus inflation. I think that the values of the property in Pitkin County would have to drop, I think it was like almost 40% before it would start to touch the library budget, which is a little bit different than the rest of the county because of the fact that we had that small de-Bruce portion.
Yeah, I'm still a little confused, I'm sorry. So what does this reflect in terms of the mill levy, and what was the mill levy last year?
The total mill levy for 2012 is 1.247. And the mill levy in 2011 was 0.932. I believe those numbers are correct, but we may need to have Tom Oken verify.
And then how much further could the mill levy go up if you were to retain all that you could as granted by the voters?
Yeah, and I just want to make really clear, the mill levy itself is not going up. It's the amount that's, the mill levy cannot rise without a vote. It is just that between Tabor and Fenton Amendment locally, when property values go up 30%, but inflation and growth is only going up 2.5%, they only collect the 2.5% and have done that for decades practically, because we've been in such a climbing economy that they've just credited back and not reduced their actual long-term mill, just how much of it they collect.
But you'll see that the increase in property tax from 2011 to 2012 is very small. It's only about $44,000 in increase. I'm not sure what the percentage is, but that's an extremely small increase.
But it's not declining with declining property values because it has been under-collected for so many years.
That's right.
In answer to your question, George, I don't know. I assumed that when we did not take advantage of that 28% that we could have had, that was pretty much gone forever. So, but I think I understand what your question is when that was higher in 2008, if any of that's been recouped, and I don't believe so, that we voluntarily did not take advantage of that.
And we'll have to ask Tom Oken exactly how he calculated it for 2012. He'd be able to bring
Okay,
us more
all right,
detail.
great, thanks. The, under the wages and contributions, it's up slightly, and I know that there were several people that have just retired recently, and you probably replaced them, but did you add staff as well, or is that just insurance costs?
It's the 1.5%.
Oh, that's a 1.5 that's in there.
Included.
Oh, okay.
For wages and retirement contributions.
Okay, great, thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, the only question that I have is regarding the computer and equipment replacement line. It seems to me like there's a ongoing trend at the library here and across the nation's libraries of going more computer-based than collection-based. And are you making changes in your budget to have Seems like every time I go in the library, all the computer booths are, not all the computer booths, but a lot of people on the computer booths as opposed to going and pulling books off the shelf. So
If you have, I don't know if you have your budget book today, but in the other funds replacement schedule section of the budget book, it does have the breakout of the replacement schedule for the library. On this chart, it's the $129,000 amount under other departmental equipment. And the library system works a little bit differently in that all of their Marmot computer terminals are included in their departmental equipment and not in the regular computer equipment line. That's just because they are purchased separately and not through our IT department. So you do see that there is a large expenditure for 2012 for computers. It's just
that makes sense.
budgeted a little bit differently for the library.
Budgeted somewhere else. I was
Right.
going to say $7,000 or $8,000 a year.
So that's more like
It's not a
staffing.
lot for replacing the computers in the library.
Right, we've got somewhere between 75 and 80 computers in the library, and this line that you're seeing here is actually for we have 5 computers that the staff uses to use the county system. And those are all due to be replaced, but I believe they've changed the model to trying to replace them once every 5 years because they've been running pretty well. So we're actually pushing that. That money will be rolled over that you're looking at in that line. But as Connie said, there's about $120,000 in because the Marmot computers do all need to be changed next year. And so we save up for that in our capital replacement schedule. And we're just now, this past month, 2 of them have had power supplies that have failed, so you can tell that they're really going to the end of their useful life. But all of that, the service on those is all taken care of with our payment to Marmot, which has been around $90-some thousand a year to keep all of those computers running, as well as our online catalog and all of this access to the other libraries' collections. So they've been a really well-managed nonprofit consortium of libraries that's helped save us a lot of money.
And talking about saving a lot of money, I will say, since you did the training, I went on to Law Depot twice
Cool.
and did 2 contracts from the free service the library had for my business, and had my lawyer review them, and it only cost me $200 versus had my lawyer done those, it probably would have cost me $2,000. So great service. My library card has paid for itself for the rest of my life.
Well, yeah, it's an amazing bang for the buck if you just take advantage of it. I had a young mother come in a couple of weeks ago and said, "What can we do to help you folks?" She said, "You have saved us so much money over the years." And she had 2 young boys. One was probably in 2nd grade, and one was maybe in 4th grade. And she said, all the time these kids were growing up, we came in every week and checked out 30 books a week. And again, I'll quote Jamie LaRue at the Douglas County Library saying, "There's not a lot of profit to be made in checking out books for free to kids, but it sure makes a difference in the way the country runs, I think."
Kathy, I mentioned this, I'm not sure if you were here a week ago, but I had attended the Healthy Mountain Communities presentation that Colin Lard, the State of the Valley in Glenwood Springs, and I noticed just in the past couple of days that they've put out that all their presentations are now online. And Fred Kent had spoke about the changing role of a library in society and its role in placemaking, but they really brought forward the type of thing Rob has just commented on as a business resource center. And this is not what people had thought of libraries as before, and all sorts of other great sustainable community type of aspects. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that presentation, or if you could. Your designer, Suzanne Jackson, was there.
Yes, and she
it.
sent the link to me. I tried to watch it at home, but our computer
At home is
was so
you have
slow.
to go to the library.
I have to do it at the library
to watch it and everything. So, but it was very interesting, and it just made me think. Well, I wonder if he's done any specific bulletins or pamphlets or books just about libraries from his wide range of experience. He really just touched on the topic, but still it's interesting.
Yes, I think, the thing that we've been working on with this repurposing and expansion, it doesn't have to do with whether you come into the library and are able to find a chair. I mean, our library is certainly adequately sized so that you've got a choice of what kind of a place you want to sit at to work in. But what's happening with libraries is they're not trying to become community centers, but they're trying to become centers of the community because it's a resource that's already centrally located across the country. There's more libraries than there are McDonald's franchises. And people have come into libraries and they make their own space there, so that even though we don't have small meeting rooms for people to do small business meetings, they're coming into the library to do that anyway, and they're, huddled and whispering, and so we're trying to make spaces that will accommodate that need. And as I've mentioned, we have a lot of people that are coming in, volunteers who help tutor people for whom English is a second language, and it's that sort of need that we're trying to meet, and we're also looking at the way the changes in the use of the collection, so that the nonfiction used to be the most important part of the collection, and with so much information being available on the internet, a lot of that emphasis has changed to recreational activities with fiction, DVDs, books on CD, that those are the heaviest used parts of our collection, and in our building they're in the hardest to find, hardest to get to locations.
Thank you. So, John, if you can give me a hand here, what is the decision point for this meeting?
At this point, the decision point would just be giving us guidance as to the 5-year plan. Whether this is something that the board would find acceptable, or if you have further questions on.
Well, this obviously doesn't have the expansion as part of the 5-year plan. So this is the 5-year plan for the library as is. And in the course of this coming summer or next year, 2 years, I don't know the timeline, to the extent that that is starting to come to fruition for our board to have input and make decisions on, we would look at supplemental budgets.
We would build that into the 5-year plan, both any bonding that may produce revenues and obligations. But I think the library is still now trying to make decisions about the timing of that and how it comes forward.
And so, at the very least, we would consider this as a base budget, because we've often talked about, if there was an expansion, how would it change the capital and the operating and the base budget? So we would have that in place.
And we don't have that ready to present to you for approval at this point.
And there's nothing at that time. But this is the current budget. So, is the board supportive of this budget moving forward as we've seen it presented? Okay, that seems very good. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience all morning long.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay. And so, John, you said you might want to give us just a couple minutes on our page 38 of our presentation, issues not yet addressed but on the horizon.
Yeah, and there were a number of talking points. I think we've covered a lot of them in the course of our discussion. And obviously, we have an increasing senior population and the employment issues. I'd encourage the board to look in the budget book. You do have department summaries and goals and a narrative, which also lay out some of those issues. What we have not proposed to you yet is any use of funds for housing. I think we'll develop a 5-year plan around that and some recommendations for how to move that forward. Obviously, not necessarily listing specific purchase options. Health and Human Service, again, that's where we talk about a lot of the, what's going to happen with employment, what's going to happen with demand, the changing service demographic. Public safety, this is really, around planning and continuing to look at how are we going to meet the needs of detox and mental health and some of those functions that we're currently providing specifically through our jail that probably aren't appropriate. So these are the types of discussions that are going to be on our minds as we develop future budget recommendations for you. They're not necessarily addressed in this budget right now. So.
Okay. Thank you. Well,
Yeah.
These are topics we'll keep hearing more about.
And with that, I think we are done with this core focus area unless there are additional questions, thoughts, or concerns that the board would like to visit with us about.
Anybody have any further questions, discussion? We will have other opportunities, certainly, but thank you very much for this. Thank you, Connie, everyone else who's made their presentations. We will now move into the other portions of our agenda, which are memos of interest, and the first item is the Public Works update. So, Brian, you really arrived just right on time. Appreciate that. And while it's a very thorough memo with a lot of different topics, I'm sure we've all had a chance to look it over. We'll ask you to cover a few of what you consider to be highlights for the camera, and then I'll turn it to my fellow board members for questions about any specific areas.
Well, and this memo was written for a previous work session, so there are some updates with regard to it. But I would like to say that we are carrying on with the weed program, even though one of the reductions this year was the land manager. Our weed program continues forward, and we have education and outreach programs along with weed control programs and enforcement as well. So I want to make sure the board knows that we're working collaboratively with the Weed Advisory Board to make sure that our noxious weeds are taken care of in Pitkin County. So I wanted to mention that more generally. The Upper River Road chip seal project is done. Has been striped and fog sealed, and the only aspect of that was not completed was a culvert replacement, and hopefully this coming spring we'll be able to take care of that. We had some engineering difficulties with trying to gauge the amount of water that was coming under Upper River Road, and but it does give us time to work with residents up there that a lot of the water that comes through the Dry Woody Creek culvert is tailwater from irrigation. And so we're working with them to see if there's, if they want to participate in that construction project. So the other update is with regard to Coal Creek, the culvert failure up there that you recently approved money to replace. It turns out that we will be encroaching on residents' property on either side of that culvert to complete that work. And so we may be coming to you with an emergency ordinance to complete a construction easement on both sides of the culvert so that we can enter private property, do the work, and then return it back to its original state. Those discussions have been going on over the last couple of weeks, and the residents are in favor of the project. We just need to formalize the agreement so that everybody is on the same page.
Okay. Brian, I have one small thing I'd like to add to that, something that recently came to my attention. And it was kind of it was in the Trout Unlimited mailer, their regular magazine, but it talked about how poor culvert design impacts healthy aquatic systems. And it gave some examples of ones that were, kind of filling in with gravel over time so that, only a little teeny bit of water went through. And mostly it's about disrupting the passage from one side of the culvert to the other. And culverts where it just was a big drop-off 12 feet down on the other side, and obviously fish can't go upstream from things like that. And so I don't know that if we've meshed or looked at that sort of work. I don't know if this particular circumstance is one that's affected by that, because I remember it as being a very large culvert we were talking about. And I think this was more small stuff, but it just struck me that it might be appropriate for you to talk with John Ely and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund and see if there's design elements that we might be adding into this that would be specific to our water quality and healthy rivers component, which is a little different from streets and public safety and this sort of thing, to make sure that, because we'll be living with this for a long time, that it is as benign to the stream health as possible.
Yeah. And I appreciate that, because typically we're just looking at drainage, and that's what, from an engineering standpoint, that's what we're concerned with. In this particular case, we're conveying all of Coal Creek under Coal Creek Road. It will be at the same elevation as the creek. It's a large culvert, and I don't even think that we will need to maintain it significantly because of the water flow that goes through there. Because a lot of times the aquatic systems are affected by maintenance, not necessarily the installation.
Sure.
And so you not only have to install them correctly, but also have to maintain them over time.
Okay.
But thank you for that. I appreciate that.
And I'll bring this article in and have it get to you for future road work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Those are really the updates that I had beyond when this memo was written. The rest are appropriate from a date standpoint. They're up
Well,
to
and I
date.
think you probably know, but we had a citizen from Redstone come back down here for our regular meeting last week and give you just high compliments on the work that's been done on the Redstone coke ovens and those restorations.
Great.
So it was really just a pleasure and a singing report that we don't often get, and they just said how it really was great work up there.
That's great. Yeah, that was a long time and a lot of people's effort to put that together.
And I'd just add, I did drive on Upper River Road. It is sealed and striped, and, as the memo indicates, that project is complete. And I believe that was on budget, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did anyone else have specific questions or comments or items they'd like to hear more about? Kind of seeing a big no. I don't want to hurry anybody.
The only other
Good update.
Thank you. The only other update that I would put out there that isn't part of this is we are doing some emergency fixes right now on the road from an asphalt standpoint. We had subsidence up on top of the frying pan. I guess the road slipped about 6 inches in some areas that was causing significant hazard. So we went up there last week and filled it in with asphalt so it'll be safe for the wintertime. And then, as you know, there's money in the budget for next year to try to fix it permanently. Then also up on West Soapers Creek, we're fixing some areas that had failed this past summer, primarily because of heavy trucks hauling on that road. There was a couple of houses being constructed up there, and they took their toll on that little country road.
It reminds me, Brian, on the frying pan, on that one section, are you looking at putting any guardrails up there as well?
There are no plans to look at putting guardrail up there.
Yeah, that
Doesn't
was-
mean that we couldn't, look at that in the future. There's nothing in the budget to do that.
Yeah, it was one of the comments from the summer caucus meeting, and it was probably in conjunction with, because that road was failing at that point, that it wouldn't take much to jolt a driver off, and if they were to go off the edge there, it would be a long ways down. And so they had suggested, is there a possibility to enhance the safety there along that stretch with a guardrail as well? Especially in the wintertime, when that section gets icy, it's like, I think we've been fortunate up to this point that no one actually has ever gone over that edge, but doesn't mean someone wouldn't in the future.
We could look at it and see what it would cost.
Yeah.
It's not in the budget right now.
Rob?
Are we prepared for an epic snow season?
Always. Of course. It's Aspen.
The plows are all ready to go, and
They are. This last little snowstorm, we were duly prepared for it. The winter transfer of equipment has happened, so everybody's ready to plow snow. We do have one vacant position in Road and Bridge that we're trying to fill right now, so that we'll have a full staff complement for winter. But we're ready, absolutely.
And how's it going fixing this wash bay code?
I believe the codes have been worked out from a facility standpoint since we had that little hiccup a couple weeks ago.
I think Rob ran into some problems with it just a couple of nights ago, so that's why I was wondering if it's not all the way.
Okay,
I
well,
don't,
check
think
into
I
it.
don't have a new code. I guess I'll talk to Susan or.
Yeah, I don't have a new one. I just don't,
Yeah.
I was wondering if they were plugging our old ones back in.
So I left the car unwashed. Sorry, whoever used it after me.
Right. I'll check into it. My understanding was that we had solved that problem, but maybe there's some remnants that are out there.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good, thank you for that. And anything else on? Okay.
Thank
Nope,
you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Okay. Alan, welcome up.
Thank you.
We're now going to be discussing the comments from Picken County, which are due
November 5th.
November 5th, so there's a little more time on the low-altitude Air Force training routes over the Elk Mountains in our area. We've seen the new letter now in our packets, which incorporated a lot of the thoughts that we had from the last discussion. If you want to ask any questions or give us any highlights, I guess that's what we do now.
Yeah, I don't have any questions for you. I hope that I covered the items that you brought up for discussion. Mostly, the revisions just reiterate our concerns regarding the socioeconomic impacts and impacts associated with wilderness wildlife noise and safety, and really the intent was just to make a stronger argument in all of those realms. I know, or I understand that I think last week there was a gentleman who came to one of your meetings in public comment and spoke about his concerns related to a similar scenario that played out in southern Colorado. And John actually, I'll let you, take it from there.
So that was Joe Henry, and he had come in to share some of his concerns, and I had shared a packet of information. I think he was a handout at that meeting. He shared it with me when we met. I've in turn shared it with Ellen, and you know, I think it reinforces a lot of what we've already written and what our comments already are. I think the one area that may merit a little bit further discussion was that in his experience, and just so you know, Joe owned property in the area where the low-altitude training was taking place. He actually gave that property up because of the low-altitude training frequency and impact on his property. And in his observation, with his experience, you know, his concern was, look, the EA right now designates a certain, or at least speaks to a certain level of use, but it doesn't necessarily control to that level of use. And what they found was that the impacts grew, the frequency of flights grew, and that there was really no recourse you know, for them except to try and reopen the environmental assessment, which they were not successful in doing. And so it may merit you know, some discussion about, you know, possibly the ability to set an upper limit through an EIS kind of process that the EA, you know, that the less rigorous EA process does not allow.
Yeah, I think that for me, the thrust of really pushing for the full EIS is critical. Once there has been a record of decision and you're going to up that increased use by 15%, it just becomes some sort of supplemental, and it's so easy to say, well, that little increment isn't going to be a problem, and then the next 15%, that's not going to be a problem. You know, we already have our EA, we already have our determination, and so the incremental increase in use, I think, is of real concern to me, and I'm sure to others, that, you know, there seemed to be, you know, as I looked at it before, we heard some verbal commitments at the presentation that, oh, well, no one area will have more than one flight a day. But it was just a verbal. It wasn't, there's nothing, profoundly tying them down. And I think Joe's other comment, which was made to us more broadly and separate from your meeting, was that, what if this becomes the concentration of nationwide training flights? What if this is the mountain terrain? And, that potential that it becomes National Guards for all 50 states come to this area for their mountain training? What if, other types of aircraft are added to the retinue of flights that can fly? And so I think that this, I don't know what title to give it, but whether it's, limitations of increase of future use or limitations, that this doesn't seem to be having any boundaries to it, even though it's one current proposal, that's what we're looking at now, what is there to keep us from seeing it radically changed in process over time.
Yeah, and I remember I asked that question when they had the presentation at the high school, so I had no idea whether it was a limited time period frame, a limited time frame they were looking at doing these low altitude flights, and the answer was no, this will continue as long as we feel we have a need. So not only going out into years, but also in terms of number of flights or types could always be changed. Types of aircraft, could be everything can be a moving target for them, and once they have those routes established, then it really opens the door, and I think it becomes that much more difficult for us to try to restrain it once that's started.
Yeah, and just to glom onto you, that brings back this idea that, as Joe Henry had couched it, it is the military's desire to avoid conflict with commercial flights, and that with the increasing number of commercial flights in the country, they wanted to kind of stake out a territory that was just good for them. And so once that happens, you'll see more dumping into the territory they've staked out for themselves to avoid the commercial flights, that we're going to see this greater concentration because it's safer and it's easier and so on.
Right.
So that was the context. And then, George, as you've putting this comment forward, it's the ability to review. Would there be a 5-year after implementation review that communities' concerns would then have to be addressed? What's the review of it after the fact? What are the corrective measures for complaints that, what is the process for calling on corrective measures should there be, larger issues demonstrated in actual use?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes, good
Rob?
points.
I would even go as far as to say if the EIS doesn't meet all of our concerns, that there be no expansion to their proposal ever, no additional planes, no, they've, what is it, 633 flights per year, 3 flights per day. First there's the big if, that it meets all of our concerns. The second is, this proposal is it. There's no expansion to this without a completely new proposal somewhere down the road. You don't add on, you don't stack the cards on top of each other.
So kind of stipulations within the record of decision, that it is a final document, it clears only these items, and it's a clear condition of the record of decision that should there even be attempts for future expansion, it would trigger a new EIS process that would evaluate back from ground zero, not from the current level, but back to... because that's something we run into water issues, is they like to say, well, these are the impacts based on top of the past 60 years of impacts, but not from a baseline of an undisturbed area. So, continue, please, Rob.
It's kind of on a different topic, so I don't know if people want to continue on that topic, but there was just one sentence that was taken out of the first paragraph that I liked, and as much as I think we need to be safe, protect our environment, protect our economy, or all those things, I also think it's important to recognize the training of our troops. And that sentence was taken out in this letter from the original letter that we also, It says, "We also recognize and respect the importance of maintaining the safety of our troops and the need to train significantly to prevent the loss of lives during missions to support special operation forces." And I don't know if, I didn't hear that that was the direction to take that out. I don't know.
I actually shortened it up and moved it to the last paragraph, but I shortened it significantly. So if you prefer to have it as a lead-in, I can certainly move it.
You know, George, you want to comment?
I'm just looking at the summary, but I'm just trying to find out where...
I think it's the final outcome. It's the very last sentence,
Yeah,
or next to the last sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more appropriate for me to keep it in the summary, because I think we want to highlight the need to have an EIS, which you've done well throughout the content of the letter, and then in the summary, recognize the importance of providing opportunities for training.
Okay.
So I did shorten it. I
Gotcha.
did shorten it up.
And I think that's important, because I don't want that first comment to have been such a hook that it means that.
No, I understand.
I know
I
that.
just,
I
it's hard to weigh one thing without the other, and, anyway.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the way we've got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. George?
You do have a little typo
Yes.
for page 2. Representative Diane DeGette, you should get her name spelled correctly. DeGette is not spelled correctly.
Okay, there are actually a couple of typos
Yeah, but-
beyond that, but thank you. Yes, I'll check.
Good catch, George.
Yes.
Other comments? We're in a work session. We can take a really brief public comment. I imagine you're here to discuss this item.
Yeah, I've looked through your comments.
Board, if you'd like to hear for a few words, you'll have to step up next to Ellen for the microphone in this room. And just identify yourself for the record, please.
Pretty brief. So.
Okay.
I've looked through the...
Identify yourself for the record.
My name is Will Roush of the Wilderness Workshop, and I was impressed with your comments, felt they were thorough. So I'm mostly here to answer any questions you have. I especially appreciated the emphasis on this project not precluding the designation of any future wilderness areas, national parks, any of the special use land management areas. So.
Okay. Well, I think we appreciate you and Wilderness Workshop bringing that to our attention as being an issue. So. Any other further? You kind of got what we were talking about, and I think it's just a little bit more of an addition about the future,
Yes.
Or future needs, or looking forward, something like that, as a title. That those are real concerns about just becoming the only spot.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I've got that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, and thank you. You do tremendous work on all these, trying to pull all these referral comments together and capture both the flavor of a diverse board, a diverse community, and the amount of research is really significant. Really appreciate that.
We recognize it's not easy.
Yeah. And I will be around later this week to be able to sign your next
good.
version.
All right.
We have a Wednesday regular meeting, so that might be an appropriate time to bring it back if that's
Okay.
not out of reach for your schedule.
No, I think that can be done.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect, great, very good. Thank you. We now would go on to our future agendas portion of our meeting. Where is that? And if it's out there watching, thank you, Joe Henry, also for coming in to share your experiences with us. Did anybody, John, you want to lead off on this one?
Yeah, I just have a few items, some just to continue to bring to your attention and one or two changes. But next Monday, you do have your abatement hearings scheduled. Next Tuesday, November 8th, 9 a.m., just a reminder that our executive session, again, is in the library in the clock tower, and we can get you directions if you need any help finding that. On December 6th, two things to bring to your attention. We have the Ambulance District Board, you meeting as the Ambulance District Board on the budget again, so we'll bring back the revised budget. At that time, that's at 1 o'clock. We'll also be looking to add in the airport master plan approval process. That was an item that was originally scheduled for your discussion today. We did remove it from the agenda to do a little bit of extra work on it, and we'll bring that back to you December 6th.
Okay.
Other than that, that is all I had for you on future agendas.
Okay. I would just like to make sure that that other participants, potential participants, such as the City of Aspen, Snowmass, and ACRA know about when our next scheduled work session on the airport is.
Absolutely, and we're actually sending them the memo directly.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for that. I have a date to add. It's just a meeting I'll be attending unless others want to. But on Monday, the 14th, in Silverthorne, there is going to be a meeting between the Colorado Basin 1177 group and the Denver Metro. And it's one of the kind of first meetings across the divide, as it were, so that there can be discussions about what additional resources the West Slope can throw to water supply needs of the Front Range. Or not.
November?
Yeah, November 14th.
Are you packing your water pistols?
I don't know what we're packing. I think actually they continue to structure these dialogues around how much agriculture do you want to lose in the state. It seems to be the thrust on that. And then we also had a request to see if a board member or more than one would like to attend this design charrette at the on the Airport Business Center overpass underpass. And I know that's on Thursday the 10th from 4 to 7 p.m. I do not have where it's being held on my calendar, but I'm not going to be here because I have a QQ meeting up in Granby.
That's at CMC.
Is that going to be at CMC?
And that's really, it's a community event, and the planners will then be presenting this back to us at some point as well.
That is correct, and so the board would be participating as members of the public.
But you're welcome to
You're welcome to absolutely
participate. And, okay, those seem to be all the exciting changes or anything I have on the, or additional meetings.
I had a question.
Please.
Right now, Thursday, November 17th, we have a site visit for the BARTA application that we just saw last week. And I'm still curious why we would want to do that, because the original request was there was controversy over the high water mark of the river as it pertains to the actual acreage of the land. And my comment was, well, we're really not going to be able to see anything in that regards, so why would we be going down there?
Well, this may have been confusion on staff's part. I believe we had heard that the board saw a site visit and, coming forward on this issue, and so we went ahead and scheduled time. I think staff's position on the high water is that, that high water mark is actually, it's not necessarily the highest point that you see, but it's, it's based on a study of multiple years, and I'm not sure that going to see the flagging is going to be conclusive in that regard from planning staff's perspective. But as the attorney's office told the board, that the board can use whatever information it deems appropriate and meaningful to that decision. And so if you wanted to take that high water mark into account, that is at the board's discretion to do. Yeah. We could certainly revisit that at the board's pleasure if staff misunderstood that we should be scheduling that site visit.
George, I was interested in the site visit more than just the high water mark, but, part of what we were being presented as public benefits were the upgrades to the roads and for fire safety and a series of other, things that we're putting out there. I personally wanted to see that and kind of get a sense of, what was happening with the subdivision, because it became clear to me in the course of the hearing that, without annexing into the existing PUD, this property would not have the acreage it needed to subdivide into 2 lots. And they're, again, presenting that the public benefits would be enough, that's why it should go forward that way. And, that sense of the surrounding neighborhoods and, what those new square footages would look like on the lot. So I'm comfortable spending the time doing it, but if others didn't feel that was necessary, we could, look at it differently. Okay, so we'll leave it on the schedule for now, and then if, it seems to be a change of course in the future, we'll...
I might just suggest maybe if we can leave it on the schedule for now to discuss at another meeting, but outline a list of things that we'd be doing down there. Because I agree, it's not just the high water mark, it's the public amenities, it's the agricultural use, that
the amount of acreage.
The amount of acreage of agriculture that's being used as agriculture. The planning of the trailhead, which is part of it, those sorts of things, I think.
That's a great point, Rob.
But at least then, next week we can discuss it on future agendas with an outline of what we might be looking at while we're there.
Yeah, that's a great way to outline it. George?
One other one, we have also on that day, we've got a 4 o'clock quarterly meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board. Mm-hmm. That's November 17th. But then we also have on Tuesday, December 6th, we have a meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board again.
We would have to ask John Ely why that's...
I think actually that was, there was one of those is coming off, and I believe it's December 6th, George. Okay. We're confirming the 17th meeting and the ability of folks to attend. I believe that's the regular meeting of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and we're trying to do it during the regular meeting time.
Yeah.
Good catch, though.
Any other future agenda items? Nope. Okay. We would then, I'm going to kind of ask that unless we have something fairly pressing that's coming from one of our board reports, that we boot that to one of the next meetings, just because there's so few of us here. And also, I'm really coming down with this cold. I want to be finished soon. But again, I'm not, if there's anything that's timely or people wanted to bring forward now as a board report, I know you've just gotten back, so please do.
But I do have some things that I want to report on.
Yeah, so. Please do, because I know you just drove heavens knows where to attend for us, so you certainly should.
Can I just go into mine real quick? And they can be brief and information for you to take with you, because I do have some handouts. That's
I just didn't want to go through the whole list.
Handout, and that's the second handout one for each of you guys.
I don't know if George wants to take it from me or not. You can grab that one. I haven't touched it yet.
Here.
That's all right.
Okay.
Last week I was in Frisco for the Northwest COG meetings, the Rural Resort Region meeting, as well as our new Northwest COG Economic Development District, which has now been filed with the state and is official probably as of last Friday. And this is just a little pamphlet that it's not printed properly. But,
yeah, that's okay.
This is just a little pamphlet on the Economic Development District and some of the goals and very preliminary things that it could do and may do as we move forward. I did take the vice chair seat on this board. There'll be 26
Congratulations to that.
Thank you. There'll be 26 members on this board, including a member from SKICO. We put Debbie Braun's name on it for now, but as a stakeholder for our county. CMC is on it, as well as a bunch of different stakeholders throughout the 5-county region. But the whole goal is to get the region working together on economic development projects, such as broadband is probably going to be one of our big move forward elements for this. So again, just the preliminary states for that. The other thing that I wanted to report on is rural resort regions, kind of a partner with Northwest COG, picks a focus every year or 2 years to focus on as a resort region area. The sheet that I handed out has some of the past focuses on December, I think it's December 8th or so is our next meeting. And we will be meeting to kind of figure out a focus moving forward. So we want to get suggestions from us as a county to put forth with the rural resort region. So the last thing that was being worked on was seniors in our mountain communities. It's been thought that maybe we would continue that. Our forest health and the bark beetle was before that. Transportation in the I-70 corridor was before that. Affordable housing, child care, these were past initiatives. So just a plant a seed, and I'll bring this forward with John at a meeting in the next month to maybe bring some ideas. We're really just bringing ideas on December 8th, and then we'll finalize it in January, February. There is some funding brought together with this to work on these as a 5-county resort region area. So I also kind of copied off the website a little bit of the background of the seniors in our mountain communities and what that was, so you have it. And that's really all that I had to majorly report on those. But
Okay. No, appreciate that. And, if you'd like to touch on it again when we have our other 2 members back, feel free to do it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
When we go through the rest of it. I'll say here's an email I had gotten just last week. Someone wanted to talk to us about economic development from the state's office, and I'm going to just forward all those to you from now on.
Okay.
Because you're much more in the loop than I am. John, did you have any open discussion items for us that have come forward?
I'm sure you're going to do this, but just remind people, tomorrow's the last day to vote. If there are any, obviously you should not be putting your ballot in the mail at this time. You can drop them off at 530 East Main Street at the clerk's office. Or if you have any questions, if you still need to obtain your ballot and such, you can do that at 530 East Main Street. And if you have questions, you can call 429-2713 or go on the web at www.pickandvotes.org.
Thank you for that, John. I will add briefly that if for any reason you have not yet received a ballot or you've misplaced it, the clerk's office is more than happy to replace that ballot. They will cancel the old one and give you a new one. So that's not an issue. We all know how that can happen with the buildup of paperwork in one's lives. And also there are 2 drop-off locations tomorrow only. So that people who, again, it's too late to put it in the mail, but you don't want to have to drive all the way into Aspen proper, you can drop one at the Snowmass Village Town Clerk's office, which is on Kearns Road, and also at St. Peter's Episcopal...
St. Vincent's.
St. Vincent's Episcopal Church outside of Basalt.
Elk Run.
In Elk Run. So there are other opportunities for individuals to drop those, but every vote counts, and we want as much participation as we can, and we appreciate what our clerk's office has been able to do in those sort of outreach efforts for quite a while. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Did any other board members have anything they'd want to bring up today? Okay, no. Well, thank you for your indulgence and letting us get it done a little early. I'm going to go home. Go to sleep.
You get to feel better.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Grassroots TV. We appreciate it, and we all have results on those elections on school board seats, CMC seats, and a referendum 1A tomorrow.
have a safe Halloween.
They
Yeah,
should
and have a
start-
safe Halloween. That's a good one.
And they should start coming in at around 7:30.
Okay,
tomorrow. We
so we'll
should
start
see
seeing
some
results around 7:30. Thank you.